Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and get this meeting started and call this meeting to order. Good afternoon. It is Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023, 5:02 p.m. I apologize that we're running a couple of minutes behind, but we'll call this meeting to order. Thank you for joining us, to my board colleagues, superintendent, to our staff, and to all of our invited guests who are with us both here in person and maybe joining us online. We're glad to have you with us today. Before we get started, I do just want to make a quick ask, and I'll do this in Spanish. Antes de empezar, vamos a empezar nuestra junta. Quiero saber si tenemos algunas familias que solo hablan español o que necesitan algún intérprete de idioma inglés-español. Si pueden levantar la mano. Okay, so we do have a couple of interpretation needs, and we have a couple of interpreters. Daciel is getting some folks together. Tenemos intérpretes para la reunión hoy, y ahorita nuestro amigo Daciel y nuestros intérpretes van a ayudar para organizar dónde se pueden sentar para que tengan interpretación. On this side. Si pueden levantar la mano de nuevo si tenemos a familias o alguien que necesita interpretación. And Daciel, I think we have one up front as well. Siga con la mano levantada, por favor, si necesita interpretación. Right up here in front, Daciel. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez and Daciel, and thank you to our interpreters for joining us. ¿Alguien más que necesita interpretación? We're just going to give them a quick minute just to get set up, and we're glad to be able to have our interpreters and interpretation available. And I would just make sure that everyone knows that we do have interpreting services for many different languages, both in-house and those that we contract out. So if there ever is an interpretation need, please make sure to let us know. And we do that at all of our buildings and here at central office. So please just make sure that we know so that we can accommodate whatever language that is preferred for you. Great. And I'm just going to wait for a quick thumbs up from our interpreting team once we're ready so that we can continue. Thank you all for your patience. Gracias por su paciencia mientras tratamos de acomodar a todos que necesitan algún tipo de interpretación. In a district with over 60 languages spoken, it's great that we have this ability to help make sure that everyone is on the same page. So thank you all. ¿Alguna otra persona que necesita intérprete? Levante la mano, por favor. Okay, it looks like we've got folks ready. Ms. Rodriguez and Daciel, are we? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for helping us with that. Well, again, thank you for joining us. We will go ahead and call our meeting to order. As we do at every board meeting, I will read our board norms and protocols. As a board, we agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we are following our norms when conducting district business. Again, good afternoon and welcome to everyone that is joining us both in person or online. We're glad to have a full house as we have lots to celebrate today and lots to get through in terms of our business as well. So thank you for joining us. With that, Ms. Smith, please do a roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Would entertain a motion to approve today's agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. The agenda has been approved. We will jump right into our agenda. First up, item number 2 on our agenda board are our awards and special recognition. It's a fun time of the year, a fun time during our board meeting where we get to celebrate a lot of our students, families, and our staff. So I would invite Miss Jody Lynn as we recognize our district performing arts students this afternoon. And as Miss Jody Lynn is walking to the podium, I do just want to publicly, on behalf of the district, say thank you to you for your years of service. It's been an honor to have you work with our students and families for the years that you've given here to our district, and we're grateful for you. You'll always be a part of KCKPS family, and we're just very grateful to you and all that you've given. So thank you, and congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you. We're here to celebrate our students tonight. We have many of our schools here to share with you their state honors and some additional honors. And we'll lead out with Washington. Austin Snell is our choir teacher, and I'll let him take the microphone.
Good afternoon. Again, I am Austin Snell, the choir director at Washington High School, and I have the pleasure of introducing these next 3 students who received high marks at the Acacia State Music Festival.
Hi, my name is James Hawkins. I am a junior at Washington High School, going to be an upcoming senior next year, and I got a 1 rating at vocal state solo.
Hi, my name is Cameron Kirkwood, and I'm a junior at Washington High School, and I also received 1 for my vocal solo during state.
Hello, my name is Alexandria Rosick-Kincaid, and I'm a sophomore at Washington High School, and I received a 1 as a rating at the vocal solo as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Harris. I'm the Director of Bands here at Washington High School, and I will let Nevaeh introduce herself for her high remarks at state competition as well.
Hi, my name is Nevaeh Rosa. I'm a sophomore at Washington High School, and I was able to receive a 1 for a clarinet performance from a clarinet solo at state.
Good evening. I am Mr. Kevin Relaford, the Director of Bands at Wyandotte High School, and I am very happy to be here. I have 3 students that I'm going to love to have them introduce themselves and tell you all about why they're here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Espinoza Flores. I'm a sophomore at Wyandotte High School. I play trumpet, and I received a 1 for the state in solo and ensemble.
Good afternoon. My name is Alonzo Espinoza. I am from Wyandotte High School. I am a sophomore. I also play the trumpet, and I received a 1 rating at state.
Hello, my name is Cavante Fletcher. I am now a Wyandotte High School graduate. I play the baritone euphonium, and I received a 1 rating at the regionals and state solo and ensemble festival. I also received a full tuition scholarship from the University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff, and that's where I'll be continuing my education.
Hello, I am the orchestra director at Wyandotte High School, and I am super proud of the hard work and the diligence that my students did. We, this year, have our second first division rating for our whole orchestra. And this year is like super special because we are like grade level 6A school. We are like doing the thing.
Hello, good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Thank you for your time for coming here. My name is Leonela Alvarez Holgan. I play the cello. I'm currently a freshman at Wyandotte High School. And I also received a 1 rating in solo and state ensembles. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Corey Simmons, the orchestra director at J.C. Harmon High School. We have a few representatives here. I will first recognize we had a cello solo receive a 1 rating at state. His name was Everett Still. And then I'm going to turn the floor to Candy.
Hi, we are part of the J.C. Harmon Solo Small Ensemble, and we got a 1 at state.
Good evening. I'm Becky Thomas. I'm the choir director at Sumner Academy. We had several that could not be here tonight, so I'd like to at least read their name to acknowledge them. In the state choir, we had Lee Lohr, Evelyn Robinson, and Tatiana Whitus. For state solo, we had Alondra Escamilla and Jamil Johnson. You might remember her from graduation. He sang the national anthem. And then state piano, not here tonight, is Caden Hall de Jesus, but I'm going to let Daniel introduce himself.
Hello, I'm Daniel Bishop. I'm going to be a senior next year at Sumner Academy, and I got a 1 at Piano State Festival.
And then helping to hold up our hardware, this is from State Solo that was Solo and Ensemble. State Large Group are both our chorale and what we call our unità del voce. In other words, our soprano and alto from chorale and our soprano and alto from bella voce. We put them together, united voices, unità del voce, and they also got a 1. And then the plaques that Ryan is holding up were from when we went to New York. Thank you for approving our trip to New York. And we got gold awards there, and chorale got first place in their division. And then the trophies indicate the highest award, the highest ranking they could get. So they did really, really well, and we appreciate your support.
Hi, I'm Mark Keltner, the band director at Sumner Academy. We have one group that wasn't able to come tonight. Our jazz combo participated for the first time in many years in the KCKPS jazz competition to have, and they received the top award they could get, the Outstanding Ensemble Award. I also have the pleasure of introducing Jemiah Wakes, who received a 1 at regional and district, regional, and state festival, and she's going to share a couple other things too.
Good afternoon. My name is Jemiah Wakes. I got accepted into the Northeast District Gold Band
and I got third chair for that. And then I also got a 1 at regional and also state solo for the flute. Sorry. And then I'm also going to continue my flute career onto UMKC and at the conservatory.
Hi, I'm Michelle Sweeten, the Sumner Academy Orchestra Director, and yes, thank you for approving our trip to New York. I'm going to have my students talk about the awards. We do have a few people here, not here, but they will mention everything.
Hi, my name is Amber Mata, and I'm going to be a junior at Sumner Academy. And I was part of the Camarazzo Chamber, and we received a 1 rating at DeSoto and Andover High School.
Hello, my name is Taya Bell. I am now a graduate at Sumner Academy, and I am a second violinist, and we got a 1 rating at State Large for our pieces, Fantasia in F and Dance Infernal. I'm going to Livingstone College in Salisbury, New York, North Carolina.
Hello, I'm London Monroe. I go to Sumner Academy, and our symphonic group got a 1 at state, and a judge also gave us a perfect score.
All right, good afternoon. My name is Bennett Onink. I'll be an incoming senior at Sumner Academy. And we also participated in the regional and solo small ensemble groups. I received a 1 on my cello solo, receiving a 78 out of 80 on the judges' feedback. And also receiving 1s at state solo are Christian Gallegos, Maria Guzman, and Benjamin Melek. And also the Symphonic Chamber Ensemble received 1 ratings at the state and solo small ensemble as well. Oh yeah, one more thing. And so another thing is that we had a few small ensembles also receive 1 ratings at state. The Junior Violin Trio, the Sumner Academy Bass Clef Quartet, as well as the Camarazzo Chamber Orchestra.
Camarazzo got silver rating and second place in New York.
Hello, I'm Diego Morales. I am a viola in the Sumner Academy Orchestra, and on our trip to New York, it was just amazing. The trip there and sightseeing all of it, it was just amazing. And so we went to go watch Aladdin at some amazing place, and it was just one of the best Broadway shows. We went to the 9/11 Memorial. It was a really beautiful day, and just seeing it was really somber, but the history it holds is a staple to American history. And we also went to Times Square, which was fun, and we did a lot of shopping. We saw a lot of cool things. And the pizza there is great. And I'll take it on to who's next.
Now I get to go. Hi, my name is Guadalupe Campos Soto, and I am now a Sumner Academy graduate. And at the World Strides competition in New York City that we attended this March, we won all Superior 1 ratings for the Symphonic Orchestra. And we also got first place in our division, and we also got the Adjudicators Award. Hello, my name is Aranzazu Melquiades, better known as Ara to everyone who knows me or has come across me. But I just want to really thank you all for the opportunity and approving our trip to New York. It was a really big learning experience, a moment of connection between the orchestra itself. We became closer after the trip on the bus ride. When we went to go see Aladdin. Yeah, especially in Ohio, but. And as well as for now, some of us have been nominated for the Honors Performance Festival for next year. And so we couldn't have gotten nominated if we wouldn't have gone and gotten the exposure to it. And I just want to thank you all for this learning opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job.
Great job to all of our students and our staff who helped present. Let's give them another round of applause. And congratulations to all of you on your achievements, and we look forward to your continued success. Okay, next on our agenda, we will continue with more celebrations. I'll invite Ms. Crystal Watson to come forward, and she will give us an update on our foundation scholarship recipients.
Celebrate good times. Come on.
Hey.
It's gonna celebration. Okay. Hi, Crystal Watson, Executive Director of the Kansas City, Kansas School Foundation for Excellence. I am so excited to be here today. First of all, good evening to the board and to our superintendent, our attorney, Greg Goheen. Happy to see you all. I have the wonderful privilege of recognizing our 2023 Foundation for Excellence Scholarship recipients. Woo, woo! Celebrate good times. Come on. All right. So I'm going to ask all the scholarship recipients to come forward. And what we will do is we will save you the trouble of having each of them say something. So I will speak on behalf of the scholarship, the amount that they are receiving, and where they plan to attend. If I slaughter the name, please forgive me. Thank you. The first group is from J.C. Harmon. The Hawks are in the house. Arahid Jimenez, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship. The amount he's receiving is $3,000. He is attending Coffeyville Community College. Stand up front. Eleonora Galvin, she's with J.C. Harmon. She's receiving the Macachoke Scholarship of $3,000, and she's going to the University of Kansas. Jacqueline Martinez Maldonado. I hope I said that right. Malando. Okay. See? Macachoke Scholarship, $3,000, and she's going to Washburn University. Forgive me, Jacqueline. All right. Carla Romero Arellano. Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. Washburn University. Maria Reyes Ortega, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. She's going to Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Lesby Alvarado, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $3,000, UMKC. Where'd Lesby go? There she is. She's with Schlegel High School. Charlene Sacudo. Say that right? Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, another $5,000. Washburn University. She's with J.C. Harmon, another Schlegel. Alan Hernandez, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $3,000. Kansas City, Kansas Community College. Jadhida Resendez. Foundation for Excellence Scholarship. He's coming from Schlegel High School, $5,000. She's She's going to Barton Community College. Julia Sanchez Escovive. Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000, KCKPS Community College. Okay, she told me how to say her name. Anaya Holiday. She's with FL Schlegel also. She's Foundation for Excellence, $5,000. She's going to Langston University. Lydia Paulson from Sumner Academy. Lydia's receiving a total of $5,000, and she's going to Colorado State University. Kira Robbins, also a Sumner grad, $5,000 from the Foundation for Excellence, going to the University of Missouri. Ryan D. Richardson, Sumner Academy of Arts, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. He's going to Sanford University. Ryan Hoback, Sumner Academy. He's receiving a total of $5,000, and he's going to the University of Kansas. All right, he receives the Connie and Donald Moritz Scholarship and the Foundation for Excellence Scholarship. All right, Ashley Hernandez Torres, Washington High School's in the house. Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. Avila University. Lu Sing, Washington High School, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. She's attending UMKC. Jacqueline Cruz, Wyandotte High School. Go Bulldogs. Woo, woo. All right, Foundation for Excellence Scholarship, $5,000. And she's going to Rockhurst University. Magali Norris, Wyandotte High School. The Zach Family Scholarship, receiving $1,250. She's going to UMKC. Another Zach Family Scholarship is going to Israel Guzman. He's also a Bulldog. Woo, woo. $1,250, going to Johnson County Community College. Another Zach Family Scholarship, Melanie Morales, Wyandotte High School, $1,250. She's going to Avila University. Madeline Lopez Santana, another Bulldog. Woo, woo. Reasons to Believe, McInerney Van Cleve Scholarship, $1,200, and she's going to Avila University. Those are our scholarship recipients. I got one more. Oh, what's your name, baby? Oh, Ivan. Oh, wait. Okay, let me find Ivan. Hold on, y'all. I gotta say, this is Ivan Salgado. Why not? Last Bulldog in the house. Woo, woo. And he's getting a $1,250 scholarship, Zach Family Scholarship. Congratulations! Woo! Okay. So while she takes the pictures, board, I would like for you to know that we have 66 applicants, 33 of which are receiving scholarship awards, totaling $117,650 in scholarships from the Foundation for Excellence. So I just want to remind everyone that our Foundation Golf Annual Golf Tournament is June 14th. So I'm hoping that all of you will participate. You can go online, buy a raffle ticket, heck, get a team and join us on the golf course. Thank you so much, and I appreciate every one of you. Have a wonderful evening.
Ms. Watson, I do have one quick question. And congratulations to all of our scholarship recipients and students and graduates. I did just want to ask Ms. Watson, if folks want to give to contribute towards the scholarships for next year. Is there a way that people can give so that we can increase the amounts of scholarship dollars to give out? Is there a way to donate to the
Absolutely.
foundation?
You can go to the website, the KCKFoundation.org, and there's a donate button. You're more than happy to go and donate, and you can designate if you want those funds to go directly to scholarships. If you have any problems, just feel free to contact me, and I'm right here in the building on the first floor, right across from the cafe. Can't miss me.
Thank you again, and congratulations, Ms.
Thank
Watson.
you.
Thank you. All right, let's keep the celebrations going. I will invite Ms. Samry Devon to the podium as we recognize our district administrators.
Good evening, Board and President Lopez, Dr. Stubblefield, and the community. I would like to take the opportunity tonight to introduce the administrators that will start their new roles for the 23-24 school year. So our very first one, Cole O'Meyer!
Let it go.
Only time I'm going to do that. Ruff, ruff, ruff. I don't know how you do that. I gotta work on it. So we all know Cole O'Meyer. He's currently the principal at Washington High School and will become the new director. He's got like 7 words in his title. Director of Secondary Diploma, Curriculum, and Instructional Programs. He's been an educator for over 15 years, and he joined KCKPS in 2014 as an instructional coach. Way to go, Cole. Okay, our next we have Mr. Ashford Collins. He will be the next principal for Eisenhower Middle School. He is currently an assistant principal at Blue Valley School District. He has over 15 years of experience as an educator, so we'd like to give him a warm welcome to Mr. Collins and his beautiful family. Do you want to wave? They're in the audience tonight, too, his beautiful family. Okay, our next is Miss Jane Hafner. She's been serving the role as assistant principal of Grant Elementary at the beginning of the year, and then Hazel Grove this year, doing such a great job at Hazel Grove. She was selected to be served as the next principal there. So she has been in KCK since 2016. Pleased to announce Miss Heather Hamtill. She will become the principal of Bethel Early Childhood for the 23-24 school year. She has served at multiple levels here for 17 years. And is currently an assistant principal at KCKPS. So congratulations. Miss Lene Knipp, who is currently the assistant principal at Washington High School, will become the interim principal of Washington. She has over 20 years of experience as an educator, and she began her career with KCKPS nearly 20 years ago as a math teacher at West Middle School. So congratulations. Okay, Miss Stacy Maxwell will be the next principal for Earl Watson Early Childhood. She is currently the assistant principal of New Chelsea Elementary School. She has been an educator for over 30 years, from a teacher, instructional coach, dean of students, assistant principal, academic director. That's just to name a few. So all of that talent. So congratulations to Ms. Maxwell. Come on up, Mr. Dustin Willie has been appointed interim principal of Lindbergh. So he currently serves as the assistant principal of Wyandotte High School. He has 10 years experience as an educator with 6 years of assistant principal experience. So welcome. We're so excited to have all of you and to see all the amazing work you will do for our students and families. So congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Devon, and as they're taking their picture again, on behalf of our district, we are excited for you to join KCKPS and to continue in your new role, so congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, thank you. Next, I'd invite up to the podium Dr. April Sutherland as we recognize our Employees of the Month.
Good evening, President Randy Lopez, Dr. Stubblefield, Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Superintendent, Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Board, and all who serve Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Woo-woo! All right, let's keep it going. Well, I have the great honor today to award the May Employee of the Month. Well, I must say, as standing here today, I have 3 different people who are coming today as a team. I am going to call them the Talkative Terrific Trio. If they will come to the front when their name is called, Lazelle F. Williams, Reverend Dr. Williams Garner, Coach Keith O'Neill, if they would please come to the front. Yes, go to the front, please. All right. As they make their way to the front, I was so excited, I forgot to let everyone know, after we are finished with the employees and the students, we will have pictures afterwards. We will have the first picture with the student, or the teacher, the superintendent, and the board. We'll have the second with the nominating staff, and the principal will join. And our third, all of our families, and we're so happy you're here today, will come and join the group. But let me tell you about this trio. They were nominated by Dr. Stewart and Dr. Wilson for their efforts with the Built for Black Excellence Mentoring Group that has been established at J.C. Harmon High School. The mission of this organization is to support the Black male staff, support students and community. This semester, they held bi-weekly meetings at J.C. Harmon High School to discuss strategies for student success, mentoring, inviting guest speakers, and they held numerous seminars such as Finding Purpose, Finding Healing Through Social Justice, and Meaningful Mentorship to inspire, motivate, and help students to change the trajectory of their lives. The sponsors also went out of words of encouragement. They supported groups for families and invited central office and community members to the school to share their experience to the students. They have impacted over 100 students on this campus by the way of improvement in attendance, discipline, and being on track for success. A cultivating activity they have held is the Built for Black Excellence Graduation Breakfast, where the team has prepared gifts for graduating students. They include items such as new dress shirts, ties, and belts. As the district office has been crafting the larger mentorship framework for Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, this group, the Talkative Terrific Trio, have already discovered the need for their campus and have been intentional around creating success opportunities for a group in need. Because of their work, the lives and dreams of young men on the campus of J.C. Harmon have been impacted in a positive way. And this is a fitting reason for these three members to be honored as May Employee of the Month. Let's hear it for our trio. Woo-hoo!
Thank you, Dr. Sutherland, and congratulations to our trio for the amazing work you are doing. We'll continue with our agenda, and I'd invite Dr. Jermaine Wilson to the podium as we celebrate our Students of the Month. Good evening, Dr. Wilson.
Woohoo! We're all trying to keep up with Ms. Watson. Good evening, Board President Lopez, members of the Board of Directors, and Superintendent Dr. Anna Stubblefield. I am excited to present to you our USD 500 Students of the Month for the month of May. As this is our last month of celebrations until the next school year, I would like to provide a few comments. It's been a fantastic year celebrating the achievements of our students. Many of them who were just before you probably looked familiar because they were Students of the Month. I want to take a moment to thank our partners for the Division of Student Services and Family Support for making our monthly moments a success. First, Ms. Crystal Watson, representing the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools Foundation for Excellence and their board for their unwavering support for student celebrations and recognition. Did she leave? Okay, she was up here. Second, we would like to thank Capital Federal Bank for supporting our endeavors and providing the funding for our beautiful awards that we were able to present to our students each month. We would not be successful without you as our partners. Thank you. I would be remiss to not thank our Student of the Month committee for this school year, our USD 500 board members, Ms. Maxine Drew, Ms. Janie Humphreys, and Ms. Rachel Russell. And our USD 500 staff, Leah McLaughlin, Gilbert Davila, Elizabeth Harvey, Dr. Kenise Salinas Willage, LaDerrick Collins, and Noemi Sanchez. Thank you for putting up with my numerous emails about scoring hundreds of students and taking the time to review nominations from across the district. Jay-Z said, excellence is being able to perform at a high level over and over again. You can hit a half-court shot once. That's just the luck of the draw. But if you can consistently do it, that's excellence. I'm proud to say that because of the efforts of our instructional staff and committee with our Foundation of Excellence and Capital Federal Bank, we will honor over 350 students on Thursday, May 25th at Memorial Hall for our Spring Excellence in Education ceremony. We will recognize all nominated students as well as our district winners for Student of the Month for their outstanding work in the areas of attendance, recognition, outstanding academic performance, positive behavior, commitment to service and citizenship, scholarship and/or community recognition, as well as outstanding athletic achievement. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce to you the charismatic Blaze McNeil from North Central Office Early Childhood Center. Blaze was nominated by Ellen Gatewood, a teacher at NCO ECC. He's been a student there for 2 years. As one of the older students in the class this year, it's been a privilege to watch him grow into a natural leader and a role model for his fellow students. He's constantly caught modeling positive behaviors, whether it was offering a calming tool to a peer who was showing big emotions or inviting a lonely friend to play at recess. Blaze also excels in all of his academic areas. Our conscious discipline instructor, Kyrie Chambers, describes Blaze as an incredibly thoughtful student. He is inquisitive and asks questions to learn more about all academic subjects. He is kind and empathetic, and he connects naturally with others. We are so lucky to have him as a member of our school family, and we can't wait to see what he accomplishes when he heads to kindergarten next year. Now, Blaze is nervous in front of the big crowd, but Blaze said he likes to play and paint, and when he graduates, he wants to become a teacher. So we're going to have a job waiting for him. Congratulations, Blaze. Our elementary student of the month is none other than Artiana Jenkins. Artiana is a student at Welborn Elementary School and was nominated by her teacher, Bailey Chance, under the pillar of Outstanding Academics. She states Artiana should be named Student of the Month for her readiness to learn every day. She's always looking for more work to be done. She's excelled in her academic learning this year. She enjoys reading and teaching her classmates math concepts every day. She enjoys assisting them whenever they're struggling because she wants all students to be successful. She's a joy in class, a self-starter. She keeps herself on task and is one of the top students. I can entrust her to always finish her assignments without assistance and always jump in to assist others. Principal Cheney remarked, Artiana is an outstanding student who excels in academics. She is a smart cookie, but she will also go out of her way to lend a hand to her peers. She always wants her friends to do well too, and that consists of assisting them with assignments or nudging them to always do the right thing. She's a top student in reading, math, science, and social studies, and a voracious reader. When she finishes something, she is always looking for more, and she is a student that is truly headed for success. I asked Artiana what would she give as advice for future students of the month, and she said, always do your best and always strive for excellence. This recognition to her means that her teachers and her board sees all that she does. When she graduates, she wants to go to either KU or Duke, and she wants to major in math or science. Representing our middle schools, we have none other than Ivana Vasquez Verdugo. Ivana is nominated this month under the category of Outstanding Academics, and she is a 6th grade student at Gloria Willis Middle School. She's maintained a grade point average of 4.0. Ivana's English teacher remarks she's always on task, participating in class, and volunteering to help out whenever she can. She is so supportive to her classmates. Holly Fonseca, a visual arts teacher, commented, Ivana has great ideas, she's creative, she has follow through, and she always pushes forward to make her idea a reality. Math teacher Mr. Barry Nolan remarked Ivana is an excellent student who prides herself on academics and always moving forward. She's also very mannerable and respectful. And Ms. Trisha Concepcion noted that Ivana is always on task, participating in class, and volunteering for anything asked. She's so helpful, and I think she's a fantastic candidate for Student of the Month. Now, Ivana says that her favorite thing to do is making new friends, and what she's looking forward to when school is out is studying and getting better in her academics, but also hanging with her friends. And her advice for other students in USD 500 is always try your best and stay away from the drama. You can be successful. Representing our high schools for Student of the Month, Mr. Shane McRae. Shane is a recent graduate from F.L. Schlegel High School and was nominated by Mr. David Harrington under the pillar of scholarship and community recognition. Shane is an outstanding Stallion senior who is finishing his high school career with distinction. He currently holds a 3.7 GPA. He's heavily involved in college classes at Schlegel and will graduate with 31 college credits completed as a Diploma Plus graduate. He is also a student in the KCKPS Bio Plus program, where he has earned distinction among both his high school and collegiate peers in the program. He will complete this program with his industry certificate in biomanufacturing. Shane was most recently selected from a large group of seniors in the Metro to be awarded the $10,000 KC Royals Charities All-Star Academic Scholarship. He will use this scholarship when he moves on to KU next year, where he hopes to combine his interest in business and his love of travel into a successful career. Despite the many challenges in his life, he's always chosen to live as a model of respect and empathy for other students at Schlegel. He has a vision of what he wants to become, and he's realized that goal. We here at Schlegel believe Shane is what we hope all our young people can become, a paragon of a good student, a citizen, and a human being. Shane already has aspirations when he goes to KU to start working on his certificate in addition to his degree in project management. And he said the best thing about USD 500 has been his teachers and counselors that have pushed him for success. And last but not least, we have a special recognition for Student of the Month, Mr. Brian Rios. We are honored to recognize senior Brian Rios from Washington High School. Brian is the first USD 500 student to graduate from the new Correctional Officers Program in partnership with the Diploma Plus Department and the Wyandotte County Sheriff's Department. Cadet Rios has participated in past training and curriculum designed by the Sheriff's Department to complete his program in 1 semester. And on May 11th, he was recognized for completing this program in the recruit graduation that was held at City Hall. USD 500 and our Diploma Plus department is excited to celebrate his achievements and support his future endeavors. Sheriff Soptic was unable to attend this evening, but sends his sentiments of pride for Cadet Rios. And when we take pictures, we'll ask Dr. Fernandez Flores and Ms. Lauren Neelan to join him for his pictures. He is an example of a high school USD 500 student who encompasses our North Star graduating Diploma Plus. In July, Brian will be leaving for basic training for the Army, and he says his opportunities in USD 500 that have helped him to be successful was the staff at Washington High School, the JRTC program, and the cadet program, and everybody who worked with him pushing him for continued success. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and thank you for your upcoming service, Mr. Rios. We are excited for you, and we are excited for all of our students and all of our employees of the month. Thank you to our staff and committee for all the hard work that you do to make this happen and to be able to celebrate all of our students and employees. We are going to take a quick break to take some pictures with our employees, or our students of the month and their families. So if you'll just bear with us, we'll take a quick recess. And if, just really quick, our next agenda item is our community comment section. If you are here to provide comment, if you have signed up, please make sure that you have seen our board clerk, Ms. Leslie Smith, so that you can check in, and that will be the next thing on the agenda today. So we'll take a quick recess to take pictures, and we'll be right back. Thank you. All right, thank you for allowing us a quick moment to be able to acknowledge and celebrate with all of our staff and our employees of the month. One of the most exciting parts of our job here at the board, to be able to take time to celebrate our families, students, and our staff. So thank you for allowing us to do that. And again, thank you to the committee, Dr. Wilson, and to everyone who's a part of making this happen. I know it's a lot of work and time, so we really appreciate all that you do. We're going to continue with our agenda. Next on our agenda is our community comment portion. We have a few folks who have signed up for a community comment. Just a reminder, please make sure that before you leave, if you have not done so, to check in with Ms. Leslie Smith, our board clerk. Make sure that she has your contact information so that we can reach back out. If there's follow-up that we need to do, typically we will have a staff member, a member of our cabinet, reach out and follow up with any comments that are made or if there are questions, and so we'll typically have someone follow up. When you approach the podium, you will have 3 minutes to speak. Make sure you state your name. Your time will start after you give us your name, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Your comments should be directed to the board, and typically, again, per policy, it's you addressing the Board of Education. We typically do not interact during the community comment section, and if you have any further questions or anything you would like to give to the board, you can always have handouts and/or follow up via email to all board members and/or with Ms. Smith. So our first community comment, I would invite up, and I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Miss Samantha Wallowitz. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Samantha Wallowitz, teacher at Wyandotte High School.
Good evening.
Every grown-up, every child, every day. That is the mission of Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. We work every day as a team to foster a sense of community with our students and their families to build relationships that matter. We invite families to events such as graduation, a day when we can celebrate our kids and their accomplishments together. On Sunday at Wyandotte High School's graduation, however, the idea of every grown-up, every child was definitely not the case. I was fortunate enough to have a seat in the field house on Sunday to watch almost 324 members of the class of 2023 walk the stage. But do you know who wasn't there? Members of our Wyandotte family who, even though they had been given tickets and promised admission to the ceremony, were locked out of the venue due to us reaching capacity. Every student was promised 6 tickets, 6 people who could celebrate their achievements on the biggest day of their lives thus far. Per KCKCC's general guidelines for venue and facility usage, the maximum capacity for events at the field house is 2,000. While this may have been deemed an appropriately sized venue for schools like Schlegel and Sumner, who had 166 and 222 graduates respectively, the planning process at the district level never took Wyandotte into consideration. We are the high school with the highest enrollment numbers. The cohort at Wyandotte has 332 students. If every student in the cohort had met graduation requirements, we would far exceed the capacity with students and their families alone at 2,324 people. This doesn't even count the faculty, staff, honored guests, and security personnel whose presence was requested at the event. Teachers were prepared to give up their seats, but per security, I was told that if we did, it would, quote, incite a riot. Families of graduates were mad, they were crying, they were pounding on the doors. Remember how I said I had the privilege to watch almost 324 students walk? That is because I personally witnessed several students walk out because they could not share this momentous occasion with their loved ones. How many opportunities do our kids have to graduate high school? 1. How many of our students are the first or among the first in their families to graduate from high school? So many. It was a disservice to our students and their families who have sacrificed so much. These young adults who survived a pandemic deserved to have their loved ones with them. And that didn't happen. They're hurt, they feel disrespected, they feel cheated, and they have every right to feel so. You were not the ones who had to wipe away students' tears. You were not the ones who had to be stand-in parental figures. You were not the ones who had to see the looks of horror when students realized that their families would not get to see them graduate. We are imploring that for future graduations, the district plans graduation in accordance with the largest cohort rather than the smallest. Students and their families should not have to compromise who gets to attend with fewer tickets. And the last thing we should have to worry about is if there are enough seats at our table. There should be room for everyone. Only then will we be every grown-up, every child, every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wallowitz. Our next community comment will come from Ms. Christina Keller.
Hello, I'm Christina Keller, a teacher at Wyandotte High School. Graduation is supposed to be a joyous occasion and celebrate the accomplishments of our students. I started 4 years ago with a family advocacy from the class of 2023. I spent 4 years getting to know my students and their families. Many of them considered me their school mom due to building those relationships. I took them on college visits. I was there when they experienced triumphs and failures. Their families knew they could text me anytime, days, evenings, and weekends, and I would be there for them. These families became my family. I proudly followed them to graduation on Sunday night to celebrate what was a major victory for many of them. Sitting in the rows behind our graduates, I watched as many of them turned around to look for where their families were sitting. And I watched as disappointment became obvious in many of them. Their parents, who had tickets to graduation, were locked out of the ceremony. One of my advocates was sitting directly in front of me, and I spent half the ceremony kneeling on the ground, arms around them as they cried, because their parents were some of the many who had been barred from entering graduation. What should have been a joyful moment for them was instead filled with sorrow, the need for comfort, the need for someone to remind them that they are valued and loved, because their family had finally come to an event to celebrate them and were not allowed to be there. Numerous teachers were willing to trade places with those parents so they could be there to see their children, but security officers would not allow it. They even had gone so far as to consider tying the doors shut to keep the people outside. This would have been a gross violation of the fire code and put everyone's lives in danger. There were still empty seats inside the venue. There was room to stand at the back. I want to know why we would pick a venue for such an occasion that could not accommodate the number of people we had promised these students. I want to know why we would tell our families and community that they could attend with a ticket and not allow them entry. I want to know why the thought of tying the doors closed to keep our community out would even be a thing. But most of all, I want to know what we are going to do in the future so that no teacher ever needs to comfort a devastated graduate over their family not being allowed to see their monumental achievements. Our children deserve better.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. And before we invite our next community comment up, I just feel it's appropriate, and board members, we thought it would be appropriate to just acknowledge, and I know at this point it is far too late, but to say how sorry we are that this happened to our students and our families and our community members. And I can't tell you how much I hurt for seeing that, and I can't even imagine how those families feel as well. So I'm truly sorry that that happened. And I thank you for coming to share that today on behalf of students and families that I'm sure you're connected with, and I'm sure there are others. No words are going to make up for what happened or for that moment that those families missed. And but we are truly sorry, and we are committed to make sure that that never happens again for any of our students and any of our community members. And I know that it may not mean a whole lot right now for folks who were affected, or for us, for our families, for our students who were affected, but we truly are sorry, and we will commit to make sure that that never happens again. So we will continue on, and I would invite our next comment up with Miss Susan Arp.
Hi, I'm Susan Arp. Following my community comments at the last Board of Education meeting, many teachers and related service providers reached out to me. 2 weeks ago, I spoke to a situation specific to me. I returned tonight to ensure that all understand I am not alone or unique in these struggles. I speak not for myself, but for my fellow educators not in a position to speak up for fear of being targeted. I speak for the special education and related service providers that have either felt pushed out or have left the district because of SPED concerns. I speak for those of us officially leaving tomorrow, but most importantly, I speak for the children and families that we work with here in KCKPS. Challenges in special education never stay within the special education bubble. When students' needs are not being appropriately addressed, when classrooms are not properly staffed or given the training or support that they require, when district policies are neither transparent nor consistent, when teachers are speaking to genuine concerns only to be gaslit by leadership, when the special education rules and regulations laid out in IDEA are not clearly reflected in the decisions that are being made for many of our special education students, this all contributes to a very serious problem, and everyone in this district is affected. HR asked me during my exit interview what needs to happen in order for our district to attract new teachers. My response was that we need to not only put children first, we need to stop the bleeding. Hiring new teachers is putting a small Band-Aid on that gushing wound that is the mass exodus of teachers across the U.S. Eventually, newly hired teachers will also end up feeling unsupported, confused, and afraid to speak up. When they have questions and nowhere to return to for reliable answers, they're at risk of disillusionment, burnout, and quitting. What USD 500 faces is a systemic problem that will require everyone in order to find a solution. I leave you with a call to action. Families, know your rights and advocate for your children. Do not be afraid to speak up and be the squeaky wheel that your sons and daughters need. Teachers, we are at a critical juncture in special education. The only way out of this is to be part of the solution. Keep data, ask those hard questions, and respectfully speak out against injustices when you see them. Be brave and get involved. SPED leadership, with the advent of the Advisory Council, I see you taking steps toward a meaningful change for the betterment of students. Be open and involve stakeholders in this ongoing conversation. And finally, to the Board of Education, do not drop this ball. Refer back to that KU environmental scan that pointed to a need for transformational change in our SPED department. As I move on from this district tomorrow, I leave you with these words. You can do hard things. It's time for everyone to step up and get them done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arp. We will continue with our agenda, and next on our, is there a Mr. Shane Yozo in the audience? Okay, I do not see Shane. Okay, thank you. We'll continue with our agenda. Ms. Smith and Board, we currently do not need both executive sessions that are next on the agenda, and one can actually go towards the end of our agenda. So I will request that we can just slide that executive session to the end of our agenda. So agenda item number 4A, letter 4A, can go to agenda item 12 as item A, and current 12A will become 12B. And the item 4B is no longer necessary, so we can eliminate that executive session. Any questions, or I don't think we need a motion for that since it's already on the agenda. Thank you. Ms. Smith, did you follow along? I just want to make sure. Okay. Thank you. So next on our agenda is item number 5, current item number 5, our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
I'm going to set aside item K, please.
Okay. Item K. Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda minus item K?
So move.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Dr. Nguyen, did you have a question on item K?
Sure. I had asked some questions and they were answered. However, this is a renewal, correct, Dr. Stubblefield?
Yes.
And we first entered into this contract in 2021, I think October 2021. Question is, and I think some of the answers said the data, the results. Could you just summarize, why are we renewing this? Or do we have results that it actually works? And the way it looks that it's a 2.5 million, but the cost is 64,000?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Each time we give the quarterly updates around the data and we refer to our reading or ELA scores, this is the curriculum that we use for the elementary, so any improvements are captured there. And in the one of the pieces of data that we shared today is it indicates that 4 of the 6th grade levels increased the percentage of students in low risk or better from fall to winter. So it's showing that we are making improvement. And I know I always say this curriculum we've been using for about 2 years. So in order to see the benefits of the LA reading or anything else that we adopted in the last several years, we really have to stay the course because as teachers are adjusting and learning and our students are adjusting to what is happening, the longevity will reap the benefits. The renewal is for the professional development request on the agenda is for $64,000 because as we onboard new teachers and continue to build the capacity of our current teachers, we want to ensure that what the curriculum that they are delivering, that they have the professional development and the support to do it in the appropriate manner and with fidelity.
So when it says 6 hours, 20 sessions, how's that broken out?
So typically, the professional development, as you know, we have the early out Wednesdays. We also have specific days that teachers receive professional development. And in some cases, during their professional learning community time, throughout their regular day, they also receive support and professional development from the instructional coaches and others within the district.
So it's not collective? I mean, do all teachers get it?
They do get it in one of those formats. So we have content days on some Wednesdays, and during that time, if it's at the elementary level, if that particular Wednesday is for ELA, they all will receive it, either within their buildings or sometimes they bring them all together here at the district office.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Not, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So move. Second.
Motion and a second. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item, we will hear from our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I do want to start by saying I also sincerely apologize to those families who weren't able to see their students graduate, and I echo the sentiments that Mr. Lopez shared, and we are taking immediate steps to ensure that this does not happen to our families in the future. I also want to share, like today we celebrated the grand opening of our Welcome Center for our families. I want to thank the Board of Education for approving us to move forward with that last spring. Dr. Estrella, Dr. Wilson, and the entire student service team for making this happen today. And we will hear more about the Welcome Center later on in the board meeting and all of the things that they have planned for our students in our community. This is just a reminder to our families that we currently have open registration for the 2023-24 school year from May 15th to June 15th for any student interested in participating in the virtual learning for the next school year. You must register during this open window. This includes current students in virtual learning through the Greenbush Virtual Academy and the 500 Reach programs. And I will say to families, for those students who are currently enrolled, we have communicated with them directly. This is just a reminder publicly that that window is open. I want to congratulate the Washington High School Air Force Junior ROTC program for being selected to receive the 2022-23 Air Force Junior ROTC Distinguished Unit Award with Merit. This is the highest possible award for a junior ROTC cadets can earn. The honor comes from the headquarters of the Air Force Junior ROTC at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama. I also want to publicly thank the Hall Family Foundation for honoring Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools at their appreciation reception for our Teach Fellows program. Some of you may recall the Hall family has committed $1 million to pay for the tuition of teachers who entered the profession on an alternative pathway. And we were recognized at their annual reception for our contribution to education and to the betterment of our community. And finally, congratulations to all of our high school graduates. We wish you well as you begin your new chapter. And also, just saying to everyone, today was the official last day of school, so I hope that all of our students enjoy the summer. And for those who are participating in the summer learning program, we look forward to seeing you on June 5th. And I just hope everyone has a wonderful summer and come back ready to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. I'll pick up where you left off. And again, I just want to thank all of our staff, our educators and staff at every level for another successful school year. School year that's filled with ups and downs, challenges, and celebrations. We saw a ton of celebrations today, but we also continue moving forward as a board and as a district, understanding that many challenges continue to face our students and families in education, and so we are up to the task to continue to tackle those. But congratulations, thank you to all of our staff, educators, to our families, to our students, for all the work that you've put in this year to complete this year. To our graduates, we wish you the best, and thank you for all of the work that you have done and put into this school year. And best of luck as you move forward. To our staff that are leaving, we wish you well and we wish you the best. And hopefully you know that Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools is a place for you as well, and we welcome you back and at any point if you feel that this is a place where you want to be, but we understand sometimes decisions have to be made. So as we end the year, it's always sad to lose staff members for whatever reasons, but we need to do our part to make sure that this is a place for all staff at every level to be here. Again, congratulations to all of our students. Thank you to our staff who had the grand open ribbon cutting for the Welcome Center today. A great celebration that has been a couple of years in the making to get this up and running. Thank you to Dr. Wilson and the entire team, Dr. Estrella, and all of your team for the work that you've put in. We look forward to hearing more about that today. I do want to say thank you to our team that put together the conversation and education night on the dangers of fentanyl that took place last week, I believe it was, on the 16th. A very difficult conversation to have, but one that we need to face head on and to continue to educate our students and community and staff about the dangers not only of fentanyl, but all of the drugs in our community, and making sure that we are educating our students and our staff and our families and how we can prevent substance abuse. We heard some very startling data around fentanyl use and the deaths that are occurring in our country, in our city, in our district, and it is scary. But I appreciate the facts and the honesty that was brought that night. And so thank you to Chief and to the police department, the fire department, and to all the staff who helped to put that on. It was a night to learn, and I understand we'll continue that campaign as we move into the summer and into the next school year. Finally, I just want to again say thank you to all of our staff who helped with graduations, in particular Dr. Wilson. I do just want to say thank you. I know you and your team, and every time I saw you, you made it a point to thank your team, and we know it's a team effort, but thank you for your leadership as you helped us to get through graduations this weekend. We're not done. There are 2 more happening tomorrow evening, so we look forward to celebrating with our families tomorrow. And with that, I'll open the floor to our board for any comments. Ms. Drew.
I'd just like to say the Kansas City, Kansas USD 500 has gone through great changes since the emergence of COVID-19. Throughout this period, we have been implementing safety for all students and staff. Our goal has been to train all staff in areas to continue to promote and support for educational success. 2022-23 school year has progressed with bringing success in student achievement and growth. Our staff within the district supported to sustain a level of accountability locally, and through the Kansas State Department of Education, we have begun to move in a very positive way. We've moved to navigate a rate of graduation improvement. In attending high school graduations, it is apparent that we are on track to move our students for academic success, career paths, for future occupation through our educational process. I encourage parents, the community to continue to support and be engaged to give guidance for the future of our district, city, and state. As board members, we have been vigorously in attendance and gaining knowledge to inspire excellence for every grown-up, every child, every day. I personally would like to thank everyone who are part of KCKPS USD 500, for we are moving on up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
Yeah, thank you and congratulations to all graduates. I think Ms. Humphries and I have the graduation tomorrow, so we're looking forward to that. I have been attending parent meetings, and I would just say to us, we have a job to do. I attended a conversation that Student Services held at El Centro. The flyer was at my husband's barbershop, and it had the logo of the district, so I attended. And it was one experience. I understand how you can sit in a class and not understand a word that's going on, because it was all in Spanish. But there was a translator, so I was aware of what they were saying. In short, it was a very painful meeting, because the experiences that these parents shared with each other were serious, and that specifics were discussed, but one common theme was frustration because lack of communication. Not that they didn't understand the language, but that the administration and teachers did not respond to them, or they felt that they were disrespected. So I say to us, the board, we need to communicate more with parents. These were Hispanic parents. I have attended meetings with African American parents. There are communities that we still are not meeting with. And what I feel is that our conversations being so structured are not conducive to interaction. So that was a very serious situation, but the positive, my takeaway, is that the parents are committed to staying engaged. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Additional comments? Yes, Ms. Page.
Yeah, I want to congratulate all our graduates. Again, as already it's been stated, we apologize to those who had trouble, and I can assure you we're going to work to make it better. We're learning every day. Nothing's perfect, and we just want to continue to work to make it better. I attended the program at Gloria Willis, and I thought they did a phenomenal job on the fentanyl program, and I know we taped it. I don't know if there's any way that we can show it again, because I think people need to see it. Some of the problems that we're having in the city are due to economics, mental illness, and there's some other situations, and the drugs. So I think we need to learn as much as we can so that we can help and make sure that our students will survive and be okay. I also attended on Monday the kindergartners at Quindaro. We had a little ice cream social, and it's just nice to see them at that age enjoy life and be happy and have that willingness to learn. I also attended the Welcome Center. That's an excellent thing, something I'm glad that we did start. And today, along with Ms. Humphreys, we were at Quindaro for their reading program, and they had read Treasure Island, and they challenged the students to write their own stories, and they did a phenomenal job. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Biddle, Ms. Chance, Ms. Seatram, and to Daryl, Athena, Amaya, Maria, Gabby, Araya, Eddie, Ariane, Naomi, Iker, and Miguel. You'll see their names on, they're going to write books, they're going to be movie directors, playwrights, what have you. And they were excited, and they did a phenomenal job. So kudos to Quindaro. And I know it's happening throughout the district, but we just got an opportunity to sit in with them. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Page. Ms. Drew.
I'm sorry, one last thing I want to announce. I went to the Carl B. Bruce 8th grade graduation last week, and this was the first class graduating 8th grade going to high school at that school named after Carl B. Bruce. And it was an excellent program in which the students walked away feeling very good because they was the first 6th graders to come in and the first 8th graders to complete through graduation. Just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Additional comments? If there are no others, I'll two really quick ones. Just a reminder, Dr. Wilson mentioned it, but this Thursday at 5 p.m. at Memorial Hall is our spring semester Excellence in Education, where we will honor all of those students and their families again. So if you are available, please join us at 5 p.m. at Memorial Hall this Thursday. And then I know we talked about some health things going on in our community. Tomorrow, the district is hosting the Public Health Department as they give an update on their community health assessment here at Central Office at 11 a.m. To 1 p.m. So staff and or anyone that is interested in learning about the community health assessment, the surveys that were completed over the last year, they are going to give an update on what came out of that, which will help inform their community health improvement plan for the next 5 years. So just something to keep in mind. Ms. Page.
That's what I was going to ask you about. I didn't see that in our regular calendar, and I didn't know all the details. Thank you.
Perfect. Yep, no problem. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Always lots going on. So we're going to continue on with our agenda. Next up, I would invite Ms. Carol Levers as we hear our library director's report. Good evening, Ms. Levers.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good evening, board. Dr. Stubblefield. I'm going to share with you just all the programs we had in April and the last week in March. We have a program called Pioneers that we hold at the main library, And March 2nd, we had Miss Robinson, who was the granddaughter of Francis Robinson, who was the granddaughter of Judge Bradley. He was the first African-American to graduate from the University of Kansas School of Law. And she did a great job portraying her grandfather. Excellent program. On April 8th, we were honored to have Steve Penn to discuss his latest book, From the Heart of the Hood to the Pinnacle of Paris, about the legendary Sumner High School jazz band. And we also had a conversation with former band director and jazz musician Leon Brady. On April 15th, we had a local author, Fran Boren, who wrote 2 books for young readers, Orion O'Brien and The Ghost of Samuel Greyhawk. And also the other one is also Orion O'Brien and The Spirit of Gwendero. Great program. And she's a local author, so we try to encourage our local authors to come to the library. April 29th, we had family story time with KCKPS graduate Deja Joyce, and she authored 3 books for young readers: The Day and Life of Akai, Anyea and Tay, and Too Tall. Those are the 3 books that she authored, and she shared with all the families there. Mr. and Mrs. Ethel Schlegel, update. In March, we sold out for summer camp in 5 minutes. This was a record this year. We have 200 kids between the ages of 4 and 15 that we will have for the summer camp, June through August. April, we had 125 people come to our spring event at Ethel Schlegel, where we debuted our seed library. We have a seed library at the Mr. and Mrs. Ethel Schlegel Library. The seed library has already been so popular, having given out over 200 packets of seeds so far. Also in April, we had Kansas City, Kansas Public School Parents as Teachers Story Time, where over 100 people attended. And during the month of April, we facilitated our very first mindfulness in nature for the Kansas City, Kansas Public School PRISM, Genders and Sexualities Alliance, with students from Schlegel and Wyandotte High schools. South Branch Library, we have monthly paint-along programs, and it's gotten very popular with our teen and young adult patrons. Staff walk patrons through the step-by-step process of completing a piece of art. Also, a popular thing is Cupcake Wars is a quarterly program hosted for kids. Kids have a set of amount of time to design and create a cupcake. Then all the participants vote for the winner. So far this year, we have done Valentine's and spring theme competitions. We hosted kitten yoga with the Great Plains SPCA in April. Patrons enjoyed a good workout while playing with some sweet and energetic kittens. We used to just have Ritu dogs. Now we have kittens coming to the library as well. We also have Textile Tuesdays. It's a weekly program where patrons use our space and sewing machines to work on textile projects. We had some of their work on display in March, as you could see. West Wyandotte update. We collaborated with Special Olympics for a soccer clinic and resource health fair program on April 25th. Families received health, nutrition, and community resources information from MOSCA, Wyandotte County Health Department, Happy Bottoms, Friends of Yates, Wyandotte Infant and Toddlers, Wyandotte Disability Services, and of course the West Wyandotte Public Library. In addition, patrons participated in a soccer clinic learning new soccer skills from the Kansas City, Kansas Community College women's soccer team. Dinner was provided by A&J Molcayeda. I can't I'm sure I've mispronounced that word, food truck. Approximately 100 people enjoyed the event, learning new skills, getting good food, and sharing important resources. Our thanks to Arrowhead Middle School for allowing us to use their soccer field and parking lot for this event. And there's more photos if you're interested in seeing more on our Flickr link on the website. And of course, Turner Community Library update. During the 2023 tax season, ARP and Turner Community Library were able to help 171 participants with their tax returns over 10 sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Any questions for Ms. Levers? If not, is there a motion to accept the report as given by Ms. Levers?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie Humphries, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
The one, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. We'll move on to our next agenda item, item number 8. These are potential board updates and approvals. Board, these have come before you at least once at a previous board meeting, and they are up for potential action if that is the will of the board. First up, we have the recommendation that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve a multi-year MOU between Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools and Kansas City, Kansas Community College Upward Bound program as submitted by Dr. Danita Fernandez Flores, Dr. Judith Campbell, and as recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Are there questions or discussion? Yes, Ms. Russell.
So my question was not answered correctly. So I asked if we offer Upward Bound within the district. The answer was yes, KU and Wichita, but that doesn't tell me where else in the district this is offered, which was my question. Along with, if we have those, where are the MOUs for those? I wanted to understand the comparison.
I see Dr. Fernandez Flores coming to the podium.
In visiting with, good evening, board. In visiting with Mr. Carell, I'm told that the MOUs can be found in Contract Now, which is a new software where the agreements are being maintained.
So we can provide a copy of it in the end of the week, so that you all.
Do we know what buildings already have Upward Bound?
My understanding with the KU and Wichita programs, they're district-wide, so they offer them, they advertise them at all of the schools. Some of it is a long-standing relationship. I don't know how active.
So it's not structured as such, or it is?
It's structured as such. I think it's just open to, that was my understanding the last time that they were recruiting. It was open to students in Kansas City, Kansas public schools. I don't recall if it was a targeted school or not.
The MOU with KU is through the Center of Educational Opportunity Programs, and it houses not only Upward Bound, but Gear Up as well. And Gear Up is offered in all of our buildings.
Gear Up that currently operates in our district is only for 2 classes, the graduating class of 2023 and the graduating class of 2024. So I'm trying to figure out the overlap and the intentionality around creating partnerships that make sure that the supports are there for all students from freshmen to seniors versus the emphasis on specific classes as well as the number of seats that each of those programs are able to allow. This current MOU only allows for 60 individuals to be selected to participate in this long-standing program. However, I'm not sure I'm understanding the MOU or the understanding agreement of the others, because I think we have some inequities in our system which don't connect all of our students to resources. So how can we better be informed and engaged in these partnership conversations to make sure specific groups aren't getting left out who need those additional supports. And so that is more or less where all of my questions around these things come from. So, thank you.
Well, let me ask this. Could we not have all of them, well, first, do we have access to whatever the software contract, whatever?
That was the first time I've ever heard of it.
Mr. Corral is coming forward.
And if we don't, then can't they just be in our board library under MOUs?
Mr. Corral, because we talked about this in a previous go ahead.
Right. Well, so the Contracts Now software is new. We've scanned all the contracts, and I'm going through and doing quality control, trying to make sure everything's searchable properly, the numbers line up and everything like that. I could probably give you a link to access it once I get it completed. Right now, I can search agreements and provide them to you. Just need to tell me which ones you're looking for, and I can do that.
Yeah.
You're using the word contract, so I just want to be clear.
Agreement,
Are
yeah,
just
memorandum.
contracts housed there, or are we housing contracts and MOUs there?
Contracts, MOUs, any kind of legally binding document that the district signs off on will be in there.
Okay.
Okay.
I will have to go, and Greg, maybe you know, but I thought that there was something in board policy that we house those things in the library somewhere.
No, that was just a request by the board to house contracts in the board library to have access to them. I think the software he's referring to is new software that will allow you guys to do searches for contracts as opposed to the board library, which is a little clunky. They're all there, but you can't really do a search.
But that doesn't technically help me in the moment.
In the moment, it does
Yes.
not. I think long-term, that will be a good solution. I think that what Mr. Correll is saying, and I think this is appropriate, is if there are documents you want to make sure are in the library, tell him, and he'll do that.
This will make it easier for you to access. You can look up a keyword and it'll find the word in the agreement, and you can search it that way. We're also maintaining the hard copies as well.
Okay.
Okay, let's translate that. So there's a new software
Right.
that will house all of our legal agreements.
Right. Correct.
So I guess I'm asking the board, then do we need training to access that, and/or do we want contracts, agreements, this academic resource sort in a different silo to be determined?
I can provide the training, once I get everything to a
Right.
point that, I feel comfortable,
Okay, and
Yeah.
you're saying 30 days?
I can do that.
Can you do it any shorter?
I would say 30 days. There's 1,275 agreements dating all the way back to 1971.
And they're still in
I'm
force?
going through every single one of them. I'm on the E's right now. And, everything that starts with the letter E, every vendor, supplier,
Okay.
So
I think-
it'll take me a while. I can show you at the finance committee meeting. I can walk you through it and show
Okay,
you what
okay.
it can do.
Yeah, and to your point, Dr. Wayne, I think having the board, I think as you're working through that, Wayne, I think, make sure you've have all of those agreements uploaded correctly, and make sure the searchable database, because they're all a little bit different, right, in how you search things. And I know we have that with Iron Mountain for our board library, where there's a different system to search and keyword, and so it takes some time to set all that up. So we want to make sure you have the time to do that. But I do think that having some training and that availability for the board to get into that would be good. Board members, Dr. Wynn posed the question, is that something that we want to be trained on and make sure that we have access to, and/or is there a different format that we would want that? I think.
And we don't need to answer tonight.
Right, but I think that's something for us to think through. I think it sounds like this software, this platform could really be helpful to make it easier for us to access and find agreements, current and/or past, to be able to access those.
Yes, I'm trying to remove duplicates and things that shouldn't have been in there. We just scanned everything that we had in our files and We've even found more agreements that still need to be scanned, so.
Okay, but the issue on the floor is the MOU dealing with these academic resources now.
Yeah.
So I toss you that ball right back.
Yeah, and I think my concern still exists, is that I feel like we sign off or say yes to a lot of MOUs, but not looking at the full picture of what is going on. And that goes back to my pathways conversation around, why does one school have 19, 20 pathways and another has 7? And so are we true, like, and I'm not saying are we truly, but like, how do we get better at making decisions that do honestly benefit a majority of our students and not just specific clusters or those types of things? And how do we get better at looking at the full picture instead of, Bulldog Alumni Association is strong, so they show up in a different way than some of our other buildings. And so we have these partnerships that are there, but how do we be more intentional in all of the work? Because KU Gear Up, unless they get re-awarded a gift, will not exist. And so what other supports do we need to provide as a district to make sure first generation, minority students have access to opportunities that those programs have provided our district, so.
So I appreciate you asking those questions. A couple of things, when the universities write those grants, they typically are targeting specific groups and those kind of things. So a lot of these things we are inheriting because they worked with somebody prior to these grants being approved to submit it it's coming back to like, now we're doing it, can we actually enter into an MOU? So like with KU Gear Up, they start when those students, and they typically follow cohort groups. So when those things are happening, we typically will lead with yes and then seek out opportunities where the gaps are. But if the university grants, they write them with specificity around what they are trying to accomplish. What we can do on the front end with these partnerships is to say, this is where gaps exist and this is what we would like to see. But right now, we're on the back end of grants that were submitted probably a year ago, and now they're being awarded. And the ones that already existed, we're unpacking that. It appears that with KU, it was like Gear Up, Upward Bound, all wrapped together. So whichever one that they had funded that year, that's the one that was incorporated. I know KU and Wichita still have Upward Bound, but sometimes they, depending on their staffing, will either back out or target certain areas, but we can unpack on where they are with our students, or if those cohorts expired, but the MOU was, because the way it was written, it is supporting the program that's currently in place. But we will be more intentional about asking what is coming up. I know Gear Up, KU Gear Up did apply, did not receive it, and they were exploring other things. So when they're in the early stages, we can share those perspectives that have been shared here today.
And I'll just, Ms. Russell, I think you and I had this conversation. I appreciate the bigger picture conversation around pathways and making sure that there's alignment, right? And understanding where there are opportunities as we're looking at our overall curriculum and our Diploma Plus and those real world learning opportunities and all of that. I think as our curriculum instruction department, our Diploma Plus department have become integrated now. That's a huge lift I know that staff is undertaking. And not that they were always operating in silos. I don't want to imply that that's the case, but I think as they become, or as we're integrating them, I think there are opportunities for us to look at pre-K through 12 and beyond, right? And what are those opportunities that we can bring in that align with our curriculum and that we take from the high school to the middle to the elementary to pre-K, so that kindergartner, we can start talking to the family about what are the opportunities moving forward. So I think that bigger picture view that you're talking about is something that staff is starting to look at and dive through. It's a heavy lift, I know, but I appreciate kind of that taking a step back, right, and understanding, yes, there are very specific opportunities that we're bringing forward, and also let's not lose sight of what the bigger picture of that conversation. So thank you. Dr. Nguyen.
Well, that's the macro approach. So let's get back to the micro approach, that each of those applications require a letter of support. So when then they come to us and say, 1, 2, 3, 4, if we know, if I'm following the lead or if I'm on another track, it doesn't matter. But from a macro, okay, we know if then we need A, B, C, we ask if they're able, when they write that application, they additionally add what we need. So, again, we can be on the front end. If they want to provide services to us, what I'm gathering is that we need to know what they're going to do, and if they're not sufficiently meeting our needs, we surely can ask them to include if they want a letter of support in the story. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, there's a motion and a second on the floor for approval. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Before I say yes, I still want to know where are those other MOUs housed that we can access? I mean, I think I lost it in all our conversations.
Yeah, so we can provide a copy of it at the end of the week. It's in the contract now, but we'll download it and include it in the end of the
Can you
week.
put it in the library, because I'll lose your end of the week and the
Yeah.
whole thread of
We
emails.
can do that. I'll work with Ms. Smith to find a spot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next agenda item, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approves the IXL education software proposal as submitted by Mr. Matt Anderson.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion?
Mr. Lopez, I had a couple questions. And I'd asked Dr. Stubblefield before. Mr. Anderson said that they would do some evaluations. My question is, do we have any evaluations again from this program? We purchased it, this is a renewal, correct? This a new
No, this is
purchase?
not a renewal. It is actually paid for by KSDE. What we're paying for is the professional development for our teachers. We do have a few schools that actually we're paying for it out of their building budget, and so now they will not have to incur that cost.
So we have some schools who have used this, what is it? What would be the proper?
It's IXL is a math educational software where for like our MTSS, for students, for additional practice reinforcement in math.
So do we have any data on it?
The buildings who use it have data, we don't have district data.
Okay, so have we received building data?
We can work with IXL to pull those reports, and then we can share that with the board.
So, okay. So then, would it be incorrect to say we don't have evidence? Is this?
We do have evidence, hence is why the state adopted it for the entire state to pay for it. Those schools or districts that used it, that's what led to the Kansas Department of Education entering into a contract, paying for it for all districts to access it for free, with the districts incurring the cost of providing the professional development for their staff. So our district data, I can say anecdotally, the building principals that I know that use it, they showed evidence of how it's helping students to progress in math, but we have not collected that as a district because the buildings at the building level use their dollars around like evidence-based practices that's approved by either by the state or is on the Works Clearinghouse to implement for students who need additional support.
Right, and we can always take a step back, not to contradict anything you say, but why, I mean, there's a few other explanations why they may have chosen this math.
Possible.
Yeah, possibly,
Yeah.
so I don't have that to share right now. but you do say you are going to do program evaluation?
Correct.
Okay, and how many of those schools used it before?
There was approximately, I think, 8 schools that had used it.
Just 8 schools? Okay. And is it, how would you evaluate it? The teacher, is it, the 25,000 is for professional development packages, right?
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
The 25,000 for professional development.
It's for professional
package.
development, correct.
And how do you plan to use that?
So we'll have 2 district-level PDs that will be for all teachers that use that. So we'll have one for the initial implementation, and then we'll have one in October that will be for, now that your students are on it, let's look at the data, let's review and analyze it. How do you make instructional decisions? Part of that also includes administrator professional development on how to implement it within their buildings, support your teachers, and we'll also have a personalized I'll say specialist that works with our district with that, and we'll go out to buildings and work with principals to look at their data as well. So it includes all those different pieces.
And how many schools will use, will all schools
It'll
use
be
it?
all schools that will use it, so any K-12 building will have access to
For
it.
2020?
For the 23-24 school year, correct.
So we'll have data to show the results at what point?
We'll for sure have some at the end of our pilot, but we can check in at our winter to see how have students who have been using it, if it's had any impact on our local assessments. We'll also look at IXL's data as well and see is it translating to our assessment results.
Well, then I guess I would request that we receive that, because it appears that unless we ask, we don't receive. So
Are you referring to the district data? For all the things that we do across the district, we shared in our academic quarterly report.
well, building, district, whatever data we can get when we're asked to renew or purchase or something, we've got to have some return that we can see. If it's from one school, it's relevant to our decision-making. So, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we do provide evaluations, program evaluations of certain things throughout the year, like we did summer school, we've done tutoring. So we do bring those evaluations back to you guys
Right.
on a regularly scheduled basis.
No, sometimes we have to ask. And so if we don't ask, we don't get. So we just have to make sure we ask.
We're definitely planning on bringing IXL back, and we have that plan for an evaluation,
Okay,
so.
thank you very much.
See that, yep.
And I'm sorry, what's your name again?
Sorry. Dr. Conrad.
Okay, thank you.
Executive Director, TIS and DIRA.
Numbers man.
Ms. Russell.
So I just want to make sure I'm hearing clearly, but I continue to struggle with the graphs that are provided in the data sharing. So I think what I also heard was when we're asking for renewals of specific things, like when you come back and ask for a renewal for IXL next year, what we would like to see with that renewal is the data that supports just the IXL, not the data across the FAST bridge or any of that additional data. Those who are specifically impacted by this program, we want to see the data that supports the continual purchasing of this specific item. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal for KCKCC driver's ed and Alvin Ailey, estimated by Dr. Campbell and Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next agenda item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the MOU between Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools and Community Housing of Wyandotte County, as submitted by Dr. Fernandez Flores, Dr. Campbell, and Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or further discussion?
Comment. I did ask the question. It was answered. In the future, can we, I don't know if there's any way we have the kids go through the program. Is there some kind of way that they can work to try to possibly get a job or something out of it? I mean, they're going to get the training, but what if they're really into what they're getting trained to do? Is there any way that they can get a job?
So this, couple of weeks ago, we held the career fair, and so when those students have that experience, a lot of those employers will hire them, and we did have a few students to get a job on the spot and several that were following up, but these experiences build their resumes for those types of things, but you have additional information, but that's one way that we try to get them. We invite employers align with the pathways that they have experiences in so that they can get job opportunities. Yeah.
So I had the question, and I'll ask it again. So what's the relationship between this MOU, and I do not, and please, if it's not proper to jump ahead to the MOU in the next,
New business.
yeah. So what's the relationship?
That will be the curriculum for the classroom. So
This is the curriculum?
that will be the curriculum.
Okay.
And also to address the employment, part of the programming that we're bringing to our students has to do with apprenticeships and connecting our students to that. And I have our CTE coordinator with me who can speak a little bit more towards that.
Good evening. I'm Kelly James. I'm the CT coordinator for the district. And yes, ma'am, we are working to bring apprenticeships which would place our students to take jobs directly out of that experience. This one with the Community Housing of Wyandotte County is not set up as such, as it will be a classroom experience, a capstone for their CTE pathway, but we are working to expand apprenticeship opportunities such as you're suggesting.
Thank you, because I just want to see them be able to, if they go through the program, have something. And I know there's no guarantee to anything, but you at least like to give them the opportunity if they're going to work hard. So thank you for that.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Would you direct me specifically to the curriculum of this section of this?
Are you
MOU?
looking at the NCCER contract?
No,
or
I'm
are
looking
you
at the
looking
MOU
the-
between community housing and USD 500.
Yes, ma'am. So the program with Community Housing of Wyandotte County is an on-site internship where one of our licensed teachers will be there in the classroom to support that. They will be using the NCCER curriculum that I believe is up later in the agenda.
Okay, you had to define NCCR.
Yes, ma'am. So it is the National Center for Construction, Education, and Resources.
Okay.
So that is an industry-recognized program for construction in the skilled trades. It's actually what's used at KCKPS Tech for their construction and building and engineering maintenance program as well. You'll see that be introduced later on, and that curriculum is what will be used to support this capstone class. So they are two separate agreements, but supporting the same, I suppose, endeavor.
So I'll ask you again.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the curriculum identified in this MOU?
The curriculum, so that MOU is with Community Housing of Wyandotte County. They are providing access to a job site. So the curriculum will be the responsibility of the teacher in the classroom.
Okay. I thought you said the curriculum was in this.
Is that the next, under new business, item A,
That's where the
curriculum for the
curriculum is.
construction? Mhm.
And that's what I was understanding that you were pointing to, that later on, that item was up.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, comments? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the quote from FDC Contract Flooring in the amount of $41,600 to add Silver City Elementary to the list of summer 2023 flooring projects.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Next agenda item, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the recommendation to allow KCKPS Human Resources substitute staff to co-partner with ESS in supplying substitute teachers throughout our school district.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Yes, Ms. Russell.
So I will say that I think I have misunderstood what this actually was. I thought it was very much similar to the contract work that the nurses were doing. However, the last question that was asked made me raise a question. So we are essentially depleting our substitute program again, with the exception of building substitutes to this outside agency similar to the contract that was previously held. I'm with Kelly Services, which this board decided a few years ago to go back on and bring it back in-house. And so I think I was confused because there was a relationship to staff being removed from the substitute program that we currently have. So I'm very confused of what is going on.
So this is specifically for daily subs. It is not the building subs, which all of the buildings have substitutes. And I have some historical information from those who were a part of it, and I also went back to watch it. A couple of things that have shifted in the world since that Kelly contract. Currently, our sub-fill rate hovers around 60%. So that is very taxing to our teachers because most of our teachers are covering classes every day. So entering it into this contract will, one, allow us to have a higher fill rate, and then two, to allow teachers to have, no, teachers are compensated for their plan time. And while it is, describing what you said, we are contracting out, we are asking to contract out our daily subs because when we look at comparative districts, both urban, suburban, and rural, they all have different contracts and their fill rate is much higher than ours. And this has been an ongoing challenge, and it's one way that we're trying to address it. And similar to what you said, it's a little different than like our nursing and our sped teachers. And we have contracted services in every other area, but it's a combination similar to what we are saying. Like we try to fill and hire what we can, and then for those gaps, we are contracting it out. It's just a little different because we're categorizing like the people that we're hiring directly. We're saying they have a job that we will guarantee them every day. The daily subs are those people who may not necessarily want to work every day, and then they fill in where they can. Those contracted companies, those companies actually do it better than school districts now because that's what they are completely focused on. So the reality of it is if we had like a 80% fill rate, we wouldn't be coming. But even before the pandemic, our fill rate has hovered around 60%. And 2 years after it, it's still hovering there, despite all of our efforts.
So if I hear what you're saying, those that we have hired through substitute positions still have a job within our district?
Those that we've hired as building subs still have a job in our district. We have some, they're separated in our current system. We have our building subs, and then we have people who are like, I only want to work 2 days a week, or I only want to work a certain number of days. I don't want to be a building sub. We have a pool of people, and I don't know how many.
And those people now have to work with
ESS.
this outside
Yes.
entity.
Yes.
So some of those people would have gone through this process multiple times based on the actions that we have taken. And now, again, we're telling them to go back to another process. Okay, I'm just struggling with the people component because there are people that have endured this entire process multiple times. And so I want to I'm still trying to understand the process in which this is the best. I understand the Phil situation, but I'm struggling with how we made a decision to bring it back in-house and now we're taking it back out-house. So I'm just trying to understand that.
So I think it was different, I mean, and some of the board members were here who voted to bring it in and to move it out, and I don't have all of that historical context, but I will tell
I don't
you.
either, and that's what I think I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, I
and make
think-
sure
yeah.
that we're not continually losing substitute teachers by continually every 2 to 3 years changing the process in which it is.
Yeah,
just to be
it's
a sub.
been about, how many years has it been, Ms. Folks? Since, it's been 5 years, and since it's been in-house, it's never reached the fill rate that it was before it was outside. So that was a huge factor, and it actually has gotten worse the last 3 years. Yes, yeah.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments?
Does this save us any money, or is it?
No, it does not save
Okay.
us any money.
Because that was part of the reason it came in-house, because we thought it would save us money, but it also has caused vacancy issues. Okay.
No, it doesn't save us money.
Ms. Page?
Well, what happens to the people who ran the program previously, now that we're moving to something new? Where do they go?
Great question. Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
We have 2 individuals who work on that every day as human resource staffing assistants. Because we had a recent availability that was open due to a promotion internally, one of those HR assistants wanted to apply for that position, and they did, and they were chosen. So we only have 1 individual left who could subsequently take care of the building subs, the paras and the paras and the secretaries, while co-partnering with this new company, ESS, that would provide the rest of the subs to be able, such as what Dr. Stubblefield talked about, daily subs. And they would not lose their job. They are willing to be transferred over. One of the things that it allows us to do is to remain in control of salaries that we wish to have. Before, all of that was decided by, and it was Morgan Hunter and not Kelly Services at that time. And they controlled everything. They controlled the interview process, the application process, and everything. ESS will be partnering with us. We will be working together every day. We will know when they're in the buildings because they're going to provide a recruiter that's totally focused. And they're going to provide a hiring coordinator who will take care of orientations and constantly work with the paperwork for new hires to deploy every week if possible, or every other week. And then last but not least, an onboarding manager who will be out in the schools to really work with the principals and see what their needs will be. We will control all of that as the partner, and we will not just hand everything over like it was.
And another thing, when talking to some of the subs, they had asked for more training because they didn't feel, will they offer that? Because they felt like they were just thrown in there in the expectation.
Yes, that's absolutely one of the reasons why, too, is they will provide PD from, and they will ask for some of our retired teachers and things like that, and compensate them to come in to provide PD around classroom management, strategy, good teaching strategies and such. So there will be a lot more PD offerings.
Thank you.
Got a question?
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
So do you use the same computer system?
Yes.
Of requesting the teacher
Correct, yes, we'll use the ASOP system in Frontline.
Well, there was a problem with that, and I think, Ms. Folks, you probably remember when the teachers said that they would, computer allows the sub to change their mind in the morning, and when teacher A thought they had sub A attending in the morning, sub A decided to go someplace else.
Yeah,
So
and
does
that
that
happens
system?
now, and I mean, that happens now, you know, folks have.
So
you
the
know,
computer allows then that to happen?
Yes, because subs in the mornings will get up and they'll have different, life happens, you know, and so they wouldn't be able to, something will happen, they would not be able to, you know, commit to that job that they had committed to
No,
earlier.
that wasn't the point. The point was the sub decided they didn't want to go to school A, and they wanted to go to school B, and they could change that morning. So when I then took off thinking the sub was coming, ended up, I had no sub.
Okay.
So that's still, that system still allows that to happen.
You can control on the backside, like you can set up what those things are or what those expectations are. So that goes back to either district protocol or what we
That'd be
share with
something that we'll work
ESS.
with partnership with.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
The system.
yeah, and I will just be transparent about that. More recently, most places we don't allow, prefer it, but when you're just trying to get somebody to fill a job, that's where people have become more flexible around that. And then typically the employer, be it the district and/or if we were to contract with a partner, they would follow up and have a conversation about, if you do that, here are the consequences. Because people have options, and a lot of times people will just be like, well, if I can't go over here, I'm not going. And that happens. So, and I know it puts the teachers in a bind, but that is a reality that we navigate now within our own system, and so does a lot of the other employees. But they can put protocols in place so they can't just easily do it. They actually physically have to talk to somebody who works with the company to be allowed to shift within a specific window.
Okay, so that's excellent, and I think it must be done. But what is a concern is that, Ms. Folks, you were here 2 or 3, at least a year ago, when that was an issue, a couple years ago. And I bring it back up because teachers were in a conversation, I don't know if, Randy, you were in on those sessions, and it's like, it hasn't been addressed, so I'm telling it again, making it public again.
Thank you.
We'll
We'll
just make
review
sure
it.
it's addressed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Great conversation. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Jenny, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Our next agenda item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal for an in-kind donation of a mini pitch provided by the U.S. Soccer Federation at Banneker Elementary.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there further questions or discussion?
I guess my questions were, what's the dimensions?
Mr. Lilly or does either of you know which exact dimensions will be on there? I think Mr. Dennis is here as well, if he has.
The surface dimensions would be 34 by 68. The overall footprint would be 40 feet by 74 feet.
So my question is because I went to see the location today, and so is it exactly like it is shown in the video?
Is it exactly like it's shown in the
Will
video?
it be built exactly like it was shown in the video?
It will be, yeah, the similar look, correct.
Do you know? You don't, you
Yeah,
really know?
it's a different surface than the video.
Okay.
But the exterior and everything
So
else
there'll be a
will like
fence
the video.
around it?
Correct.
Lighting. How much lighting? I mean, we're supposed to provide the lighting, pay for the lighting over how many years?
It'd be a one-time cost.
pay for, I thought they're installing it.
The lighting would be, they'll install the lighting.
Uh-huh.
We would install the electrical to the lighting, which would be $14,000.
So our cost is to pay utilities, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no idea what that is?
Per year, no.
Okay. And did it say, let me ask it like this. Help me understand what our obligation is. What are we committing to? Because the question and answers is not going smoothly.
Stephen Dennis, principal at Banneker. Basically, our obligation is just the upkeep. It's a $100,000 donation.
Yeah, I read that.
To upgrade our playground. Kansas City Current came out, gave us a $5,000 donation. I took them on a tour, showed them the playground, and they wanted to donate something. So they reached out to the U.S. Soccer Foundation, and we're a perfect fit for them. So they are giving this to us for our students, community, and all they ask for us to do is to maintain it.
And what's the cost of maintenance?
I believe we pressure wash, which we have a custodial department that can take care of that and pay for the lights when they're on.
Okay. But I'll ask you again the same question. The diagram that was presented is the fence, the
Yes,
cage?
ma'am. Now, one of the diagrams that was sent to you, it's going to be smaller. So it's not going to be a professional size soccer field. It's just for our students, the community. It's going to fit firmly within what we already have in our playground area, with probably 60 to 70% of the playground still available for whatever kids want to do.
So you're on the north side of Banneker.
Yes, ma'am.
If you all know the area.
Yes.
And you're help us understand, does it go from the let's say the east end of the basketball courts?
Yes, we're gonna move the basketball courts.
Okay.
And it will end approximately where the soccer field or the soccer goals are currently.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Only because we need to know
Okay.
what we're agreeing to, and unless we ask you questions, we don't know.
No problem.
Well, you say no problem, and I appreciate you saying no problem, but we've had problems before, so this is just an attempt and a clarification that we know what we're committing. Very happy to receive, but also thinking, will the kids still have, these are elementary school kids. Now, are those gates locked when school is not when school's not open?
Normally, no.
Okay, so maintenance may be another issue. But nevertheless, there will still be a playground
Yes,
on the west side.
the west side, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Nothing will change to the playground area.
But you don't know what the maintenance, and you don't know what the cost of lighting. I think in the explanation, Dr. Stubblefield, it went from 5,000 to 14,000?
Mr. Lilly is nodding, yes.
Yeah, we, before we had any pricing or anything, we were estimating it to be about $5,000. We had Core come out, and their estimate that they gave us for the hookups would be $14,000.
Okay. And this comes out of capital outlay, where?
It'd go through capital outlay.
Okay. Just for public consumption, we need full explanation, and that's all I'm asking, on behalf of the citizens that I represent. We run at large, but if we don't ask these questions publicly, they don't get answered. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. Thank you. Just any further questions or comments?
I've got one more question. Logos on the field, what are they going to say? In the video, it had the school, but also what are they going to say?
Let's see if I've got it. One's U.S. Federation, one is the KC Current, One is Dick's Sporting Good, one is Musco Lighting, and we would have the option of one.
Banneker or what? What's the mascot for Banneker? Banneker what? Okay. Do you have a logo?
Yes, we have one that our art teacher created.
Okay. We'll look forward to seeing it in the, wherever they put it, right? Since they're paying, they put it where they want, right? What's your name again, sir?
I believe that they will let us put it where we want.
Okay.
Yes.
We look forward to that, and we can come to the opening.
Yes, we're all invited.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. This is definitely an exciting project for the community and for the school, for those students. So thank you for sharing all the information. Thank you, board. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a quick 7-minute break. We will be back at 7:47. Thank you. We are going to go ahead and get started again. Thanks for allowing us a quick break. We'll continue with our agenda item number 9. For those of you keeping track at home, our new business. First item on the agenda, it's been referenced already today, but these items are informational items. The first one is an informational item on the MOU between KCKPS and Associated General Contractor of Kansas. Any questions generically on this item? Again, no actions being asked of the board tonight. These are informational purposes.
Mr. Lopez, the MOU should be changed to remove Wyandotte High School name and put USD 500.
Yeah, she's right about that.
So we'll update it.
Okay. Additional questions on this item? Thank you, Dr. Nguyen.
So I guess I'll ask, where is the curriculum? I see the audit, I see record keeping, is that the curriculum? Curriculum.
Good evening. Our coordinator will answer that question.
Great, we're on the right contract now, we're on the
Hello
right
again.
document now.
Yes. For clarity, the MOU, the AGC, which is how we are accessing the NCCER curriculum, is written between them and a school. They do not write it at the district level. We have consulted with our sister districts around the area, and that is the same as well. We only offer the construction pathway and these courses at Wyandotte High School.
Mr. Goheen, then you're going to have to determine if that is correct or not.
As to whether to include the curriculum or reference.
No.
I'm
She
sorry.
says that they do not write the MOU between a AGC and a district.
That is correct. They write it between themselves and the school that is offering it. I've talked to our other districts in the area that are offering it, and it is written at the school level across those districts as well.
Right. The MOU would be with the district still. It would just be the school staff would be working directly to do the curriculum.
Yes.
Right. Right. The MOU itself would still be with the school district.
It just names
The
the
staff at
school.
Wyandotte or the staff at whichever school would be working with our curriculum department to develop a curriculum with the entity, right?
Okay, we'll get clarification on that.
Let's get clarity on that.
I don't want to get too much in the weeds on it.
Yeah.
I think we're just talking about the difference between the MOU obligation and who's actually
Yes,
doing the work.
I guess the named party in the MOU
Right.
is Wyandotte.
Correct.
Great. We'll get clarity on that. And then
Oh,
I
and-
believe there was a question around the curriculum specifically.
Yes, ma'am. So the NCCER curriculum is offered in two different formats that the teachers will have access to. There's both an online platform that is available to students and teachers as well as textbooks. Our teachers have attended a workshop and been able to preview that curriculum, and then we'll have additional training for that curriculum as well.
And specifically, where is it identified? Just what you said? Just reference where it says maybe cloud-based or something like that?
Oh, where on the MOU? I'd
Yeah.
be happy to locate that and submit that to you.
Oh,
Writing
it's
in
not
the-
here?
It should be, but I would have, I don't,
Okay.
sorry, I don't have one. Copy
Next
in
time
front of me.
around?
Yes,
put-
ma'am.
That'd be the
Will do,
to-do list. Thank you very much.
certainly.
Thank you. Additional questions, clarification? Thank you.
Miss-
Yes, I'm
now-
sorry.
Do we wait until he clears that up, or we can vote on this?
No, we're not
It's
voting
coming back.
tonight.
Oh, it's in, okay, cool.
Yeah, this is our chance to make all those
right.
observations so we can correct them and bring them back correctly.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, our next item is item B, the MOU between Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools and Prep KC. Are there any questions on this item?
I'll ask my perennial question. Data? Where is the data from? We've had agreements with Prep KC before.
Yeah, this is so we do the connectors with them, and when we brought that back for renewal, that was part of this. This is an actual class for 8th graders, so it is actually a pilot, so we don't have
Have any yet?
Yeah, so it's a pilot that they're doing at 2 of our schools, and then we would look at that data to determine if we would do it, continue it, and have it at all of our middle schools.
And again, the question I asked, why Gloria Willis and Rosedale? What's the other middle school?
Rosedale. So those 2 schools, it was offered to all of the middle schools. One, they had to be willing to do the pilot, so they had to be willing to do, and then they had to have the capacity and their staffing to offer it as an elective. So from that, Gloria Willis and Rosedale were the 2 that said we would like to be pilots. The others were like, we'll wait and see what happens with the pilot at those 2 schools.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay. The next agenda item is the proposal for Future Leaders Outreach Network, or FLON. Any questions on this item?
I'll ask. I don't understand, they'll attend meetings? Personnel? What role are they actually playing? What are they doing? I mean, are they like mentors?
So this partner is an organization we've been partnering with to provide virtual reality.
Yeah.
And they're going to be offering the virtual reality experiences in careers, as well as exploring some of our career and technical education through some of the software that they are bringing on board as well. Any reference to meetings usually has to do with conversations with staff around the programming and the efficiency of the programming and any other supports that might be needed to support the classroom and students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll continue with our agenda. Next on our agenda, we'll hear a board report, board report from our Welcome Center, which we had the ribbon cutting today. Congratulations to all of the staff who were a part of that. So we will hear from, I'll invite Dr. Octavio Estrella to the podium, and he will give us an update on the Welcome Center. Good evening, Dr. Estrella.
Good evening, good evening. Good evening, Board. Board President Lopez, Vice President Clark, USD 500 board members, and Dr. Stubblefield. I am Dr. Octavio Estrella, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of the Welcome Center and Family Engagement. Today, I come to you to provide a report on our first year as a department. Today, as you all have noted, today was a special day. Today, we're able to conduct an open house today for our Welcome Center and invited community partners, and I want to thank all of you board members who were able to be present this evening. As you can see, we have a small but mighty team. And I really, a couple of them are here this evening, and I really want to thank them for their dedication and hard work and leadership throughout this year. Especially with, I especially want to note the care and high-level service they provided to the students and families that came to the Welcome Center this school year. And I didn't get a chance to thank them earlier, but I also want to thank them for all the work that they put into putting together the open house today. So I want to make sure I acknowledge them for that. So in our first year, we really anchored ourselves in this mission, and the mission being that the Welcome Center will serve as a catalyst to promote the full, equal, and equitable partnership amongst families, schools, and community partners to support student learning, develop student learning, development, and well-being. Because of where we're positioned as a Welcome Center, and our sort of centrally located, we at the Welcome Center are dedicated to supporting families, one, through navigating the system, by providing them resources, connecting them to the knowledge and tools that they need to support their student learning, but also advocate for their children's education. Building on this mission, in this first year, we concentrated heavily on supporting and assisting families through the school registration process. And I know that many of you may know that the school registration process for many of our families is not a straightforward process. It's very complicated, especially considering some of the structural and systemic barriers that our families face. They might not have everything that's required to register their children into school. So that becomes an opportunity for our team to really get to know what are the needs of our families. It becomes more than just a transaction of submitting documents and completing forms, but it becomes an opportunity for us to problem solve with families and to really walk side by side with them to register their children and also to access resources in our district. So we learned a lot about that process. And in our first year, we really have, we've realized how important community partnerships are. And as you saw this evening, we invited some of our community partners, some of our organizations in our community to invite them to be part of that growth process for their Welcome Center. To that end, we see the Welcome Center as a central hub where we align and consolidate resources for families and really provide that resource. In addition, the Welcome Center also provides, going along with that idea of being a catalyst for our schools, for our system, we also provide our school side family-facing professionals, if you will, like our family engagement community specialists, our family liaisons, and our registrars. We provide them with that ongoing professional development. That's something that our team has played a pivotal role in this school year. Our department also handles all student requests, all student records requests and transfer requests for the district. In addition to that, we also have this year assisted with the Sumner application admissions process, processed over 1,000 applications for Sumner this school year. And then one of the exciting things about this school year, we really we partnered with our high schools and Diploma Plus team to create an opportunity for families to understand, for our 8th grade families to understand what those Diploma Plus college and career opportunities are at the high school level. So in our first year, we've celebrated some pretty significant wins. These wins were a product of collaboration with a number of different departments in the district. First and foremost, the Welcome Center built out and remodeling of our public waiting area, which is something that I think took longer than we all expected, right? And it was a true collaboration with, and I really want to thank our facilities department, our purchasing department, and our TIS department that really helped to bring that Welcome Center online. One of the things that we were able to do this school year was review and revamp the way that we do childcare and transfer permit requests in our district. We collaborated with our Infinite Campus support team to integrate that process within the parent portal. So it asks parents to log into their parent portal and complete that transfer request. Because we got started with that process early, we were able to get that complete that rollover process before the planning for the master schedule, which is really important for planning for next school year. As I mentioned before, we had a high school pathway showcase where we brought 8th grade families to the high school for one night, where they can get a tour of the high school, but also speak to teachers, counselors, and really understand the different pathways that they had available to them, and really understand what those opportunities were at their high school. This year, we also anchored the National Association for Family and Community Engagement published their core competencies for family-facing professionals. And one of the things that we did this year was to align our professional development with those core competencies. Again, our goal is to elevate that role, and because it is a pivotal role in our schools. And then one thing I'm going to talk with you in a little bit is around our family engagement, listening, and learning tour that we just completed a couple weeks ago. And before I go there, I just want to pause and talk about some next steps. We are coming up in the summer. As we're closing the school year, we also know that the summer also, at least for our department, means that it's also our registration season. And so one of the things that we are doing this summer is bringing back our centralized enrollment events. This time we're thinking about them in terms of partnering with some of our organizations that were here this evening to put on school registration and community resource fairs. We have 5 of them planned this school year. We're also working with and outreaching to community and faith-based organizations, some business, bilingual social media outlets to promote the Welcome Center and to really get the Welcome Center out there and to inform families about what the Welcome Center is about, and as well as other resources that are available through the Welcome Center. One of the things that we learned through this first year is that our utilization of the Infinite Campus Parent Portal isn't where it needs to be. Many of our parents are not utilizing that tool, and so we really want to promote that, in working with our communications department to be able to put some resources on our website, and to be able to outreach to our families so that they understand this is a tool, this is an accessible tool for them. The other thing that we are looking forward to is to bring the Welcome Center to the community. The Welcome Center is located here at Central Office. It's difficult for a lot of families to make it out here. So how do we make what we provide at the Welcome Center, how do we make it more accessible by bringing it to the community? So I want to spend the rest of my time talking about our listening and learning tour that we just completed. This was a result of our strategic planning. And one of the things that we really want to do with our strategic planning is to really anchor it in the voices and experiences, and to really contextualize whatever it is that we're planning, that it's really connected to what stakeholders have to say about family engagement. And so in March, we reached out to the Co-Action Collective, which is a national organization that works with state departments of education and school districts and community organizations across the country to build capacity around family-school partnerships. And then through that process, we identified that a listening tour would be appropriate, one that would really focus in on family engagement. And so the goals of that tour was, one, to leverage the strengths and successes of KCKPS and the work that we're currently doing in family engagement, to understand how family engagement can support existing priorities. We have a lot of priorities in our district, and we want to make sure that this is not just another add-on. Identifying the ways that the district can build on the capacity of our educators to better engage families, and then to really gather data to inform district policies and expectations around family engagement. This slide really just explains how we went about this process. There were 2 ways in which stakeholders could participate in the listening tour. One was through interviews. The Co-Action Collective interviewed 13 district leaders, six from district leaders like executive directors and our superintendent, 3 principals, 3 family liaisons and family and community engagement specialists, 1 board member, and I have 28 here, but when I went back to review our data, I actually missed 1, so it's actually 29 families. We learned a lot through this process. This process was very impactful for our team, and we move, and certainly like when we talk about the family focus groups, many of the families were really appreciative of having that ability, having that opportunity to engage in this way. And so moving forward, we want to be able to do more of these listening tours. As I'm looking at my watch here, I want to quickly move to some of our takeaways. I think the takeaways that I really want to highlight is, as we think about some of the things that some of our participants in the listening tour said, I want to highlight one executive, one member of our KCKPS leadership team said, in every building we need a family liaison. Treat it like the role of a social worker, but recognize that it's not just the responsibility of the family liaison to be engaging families. Now, what that really speaks to is that we need to really work towards creating a shared vision and shared responsibility around family engagement. That it's not just the responsibility of one person or a department, but really the responsibility of the whole district. Making sure that we take into account the experiences of families in our district to create a responsive family engagement approach. One of the things that one of the parents pointed out, several parents pointed out, and it's captured here in this quote, says, "My daughter's school keeps me up with everything. My other kid, I feel completely lost. I could call the school and they would not get back to me." So that speaks to some of the inconsistency with the way that we do family engagement and the way that family engagement has been implemented in our district. Building trust with families, recognizing the kinds of supporters that our families are when it comes to supporting children's learning at home. And then, of course, communication. Many of our parents appreciated some of the innovative ways that communication is sent out, the quick messages, and then also, the opportunity to create more authentic partnerships. And then the last one, making sure that we have a universal, shared ethos around customer service. There were many strengths that were brought to light. I think as a whole, everybody, there was a desire for families to engage with to engage with educators. There was also a desire to be engaged from families. Families are overwhelmingly want to support teachers and educators. School staff, really, there's a lot of expertise in our schools that we really need to leverage. School leaders want to work collaboratively to share these practices. There is the will, but there is the how. The how is missing. So when it comes to barriers and challenges, this process also highlighted some of our barriers. A couple that I really want to point out is that are pressing for us, especially when we consider the role that we play with supporting family liaisons and FACES staff, is around that these staff are not seen as being included in a broader strategic district strategy around family engagement. But they actually have a lot of potential and are some of the most trusted staff when it comes to relationships. And so we need to really build on that. The other one speaks to, we don't have really any universal standards or metrics when it comes to high quality family engagement. It's something that we need to really work towards. The other one that was really pressing, I felt, was that family engagement is not widely understood as a strategy for student success, despite over 50 years of evidence that family engagement does contribute to student success as a district. At least for the participants, there wasn't that sense that it was another part of that instructional model. Through this process, we also identified some key recommendations and opportunities for our district, two of which that we are going to be moving towards in the next few months. And one is to be able to convene district leadership to adopt a framework for family engagement and align district leaders and school-based personnel to the framework and roles. This is really important. We are actually working on putting together a guided conversation with some of our executive leadership in the district and looking at the results of this listening tour and making some decisions about where do we want to go next with this. So as we're we also got to be able to burn both ends of the candle, so to speak. We are going to continue to build our capacity around the dual capacity, or around evidence-based or research-based approaches, especially around the dual capacity framework and the national PTA standards for family and school partnerships. One of the things that we heard from families is a desire to have more information on how to better support their students. And so we are working on developing family engagement seminars that will vary. That will be some will be live, some will be blended, some will be recorded. And just some of the, one of the important things that we heard is that how do we onboard new families to the district? How do we orient them to the opportunities that exist in our district? So we need to have a way that either through a seminar or course that we connect families to. There's some additional, I mentioned Infinite Campus, right? Many parents talked about how Infinite Campus is useful for some parents, but other parents may not know how to access Infinite Campus in a way. So here are a list of some topics that we want to make sure that we're looking on developing some engagement seminars around. We are currently working on a three-year strategic plan that also kind of includes a plan around professional development for our family-facing professionals. And then we have, like I mentioned before, we are working on developing an action plan that is based on the results from the listening and learning feedback. So I now want to transition to any questions, but also invite you to, if you see any opportunities or recommendations that you see that rise to the top for you, we want to kind of open the floor for that as well. So thank you for your time, and I want to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella, and thank you to your team, a couple of who are with us tonight. A lot of hard work. I do just want to say thank you. I know this has been a long process to get to where you're at, and I appreciate the conversation around some of the themes that you've lifted up. And I would just, share with the board a lot of those themes, especially around the intentional and thoughtful family engagement, are themes that we've also brought up that rise within our 3 goals that we've identified, the board priorities that we've discussed. Hopefully, board, you've had a chance to take that survey that you were supposed to. I would not be surprised if family engagement is not one of those that rises to the top. And in the case of the strategic plan of the district, I think looking at being intentional about what does family engagement look like in our community overall within the entire district and being consistent. I think that's something that board members have discussed in different settings around the inconsistencies from one school to another in different ways that we interact with families and how can we better do that. So I'm excited to see what the Welcome Center is going to help us to do. I know it's a lot of work, so we can't just lay it on you and say, hey, fix it. But I'm excited about the opportunity to see where you can help us, especially, again, looking at our goals to make sure that that's something that the board has emphasized that's important to us. And so then, board, how do we continue to support that work from the Welcome Center and the rest of the district, if that is truly something that's important to us, making sure that we're investing in that as well, so.
And if I may, Board President Lopez, we also have a much, so what you got here this evening was a snapshot of that analysis. We have a much fuller report that was just delivered to us last week on Friday, and we want to be able to share that with the board as well, so that you have an opportunity to engage with a more fuller report of results as well.
Are there questions or comments for, yes, Ms. Page, and then Ms. Drew?
First, thank you for your report. And the concern I have is what I'm getting from my constituents in the Northeast area. You listed a lot of things that anyone in the district could come to the Welcome Center for. But there's a misunderstanding about who the Welcome Center is for. My impression is for anyone and everyone who needs some assistance. But some people don't feel that way. And I'm not saying we shouldn't do what we're doing now. That's great. We need to continue that. But there needs to be a way, I don't know if you're addressing it, because most people don't feel that it's for everyone. And I just want to know, what are you going to do? What are your plans? Are you working on it? We got people, they're paying taxes, and they want to know, you're saying Welcome Center. Are you sure that's for us? And when I see that I can go get transcripts, I can get help maybe with childcare and transportation, they need to know. And I just think we need to do everything we can to make sure that people know that it's open to everyone.
Absolutely.
And then when you said you had a listening tour, you didn't really survey a whole lot of folk. So was that on purpose? Why such small numbers? If it's a listening tour, I assume that you're going to open it up and try to survey as many people as you can. And then do you have more data? Like how many people came? Who did you help with this? Who were you able to refer to? What agencies? I saw a number of them this evening, but that would have been nice to see too. Who's helping you? Unless you know, you may not know that. I saw Village Initiative. I saw some other people. So I think people need to know that there are other agencies there. And we need to get that out. If there's going to be a bus that goes around, what communities are you visiting? Because again, it's the Welcome Center for everyone. And that's my concern. If it's for everyone, then let's make sure people know. And let's get out. I'm not saying it shouldn't help who they're already helping. That should be done. And even more. But if it's for everyone, let's make sure everybody knows about it. And I don't think people do, or they misunderstand what it's for. Because we voted because we said we needed a Welcome Center. I know a lot of parents, when we went to Sumner, they didn't know how to work our internet system and needed some practice, needed some help. We got to open that up to everybody. If they can come and utilize the system, they need to utilize the system. I'd just like to see us, one, make sure the information is out to everybody. Two, I don't know if you have the data, but who's coming, who's helping, and how many people came for this, how many. It helps to have some numbers that support that you're really reaching out. You gave it in general. I didn't know if you hadn't planned to give us the data or whatever, but that does help if we have the data to help back it up.
Sure. So let me tell you that our moving forward, like one of the things that I discussed in our next steps is that this year we really spent a lot of time again providing those services to families that came to the Welcome Center. As we've become more knowledgeable and began to understand what are the different needs and who are the different partners in the community that can help us address these needs, we're starting to reach out to those organizations. Some of those organizations you saw here tonight. And so as we're moving forward, and one of the things I said is we want to make sure we are reaching out and having discussions with these partners and how we can one, inform their constituents, inform their clients about the Welcome Center and what are the services available at the Welcome Center. Also using our media outlets. our social, our, local radio, media stations that we have, using those different outlets to broadcast the Welcome Center. Working with our communications department to make sure that information is on our website as well. With regards to the data, are you referring to the data for the listening tour, or are you referring to the data for the?
Well, both. The data, you didn't seem to cover a big group. And then, do you keep records, who came in, what they came in for, that you could report back that this year we saw 2,000 people, 50 came for this, 70 came for that, 200 came for that? To me, that helps your program when you can substantiate and document who's coming.
So,
and it would also let you see who you're not reaching.
So one of our most highly used service in student services Welcome Center, and I mentioned earlier that about some of the barriers or challenges that our families face, especially when it comes to those requirements for full school registration. One of those requirements is maybe not having a bill or a rental contract in your name. Maybe you're doubled up, or you're subletting, or but none you have no kind of documentation, no sort of bills in your name. So one of the things that we do is we have an in-house process for doing residential affidavits. So this school year alone, we have processed about 836 residential affidavits through the Welcome Center. In addition to that, like I mentioned earlier, we process childcare permits, for families who are needing for their children to attend the schools where their childcare provider lives, as well as our transfer permits. We have about 1,200 of those permits were processed this school year.
Okay, that's the kind of data for me. I don't know if anybody else, and I think it would help you too, if you can give that kind to show this is what we're doing, this is who we're helping.
And to add to that, for next school year, one of the things that we are working on is having a check-in where parents come in and they check in on a laptop. So we know everybody, the reasons that they came to the Welcome Center, and then also a customer satisfaction survey once they've completed, once they are done with the Welcome Center, that making sure that we're also providing that level of customer service as well, so that we get feedback about, that customer service.
And we have so many different languages. Are your staff, can they speak more, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 languages? Can they cover that?
I know that most of our staff can speak 2 languages, English and Spanish, but we also have access to our language support, to the multilingual services, education and services department. And we've also collaborated with them on providing those language support services.
A question, thank you for your presentation. And I don't remember, and I think you probably said it, when international students come in, do you evaluate their transcripts?
So that is something we're working on bringing online. We don't currently do that. We know that some of our high schools have been doing that. We have had conversations with other districts who already have a process in place, but we have in ourselves instituted a process for the international. I know some of our counselors at the high schools, they are able to interpret some of those transcripts.
So if they come in, you then direct them back to the high school, or?
No, we try to work with them there. We contact the counselor and.
Oh.
Yeah. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or thoughts, comments? The only thing I would just add, and thank you, Dr. Estrella. The only thing I would add is I think as we, this was the ribbon cutting today, it's a year in process. I think as a district, we have to make sure that we're getting the word out too. So when we are approached by constituents who may not know of the Welcome Center, that we can tell them that yes, it absolutely is for everyone, and everyone is welcome. So I think as you continue to grow your programming and the work you're doing, word will continue to get out, but I think all of us within the district have to be ambassadors of what the Welcome Center is, and that it is exactly what it says, a welcome center for all students and families. So I think we have to be ambassadors of that as we take that message across. And then the second piece I would say is, to your point about, yes, the Welcome Center is here at central office, but it's not always easy for everyone to get here, or this may not be the first place they might go if they're new to our community, right? And so I think, as you mentioned, that ethos of a welcoming center and the customer service and how we treat every and all families across the district at every building, because I may be new and I may go to the first school that's in my community. And so, and this takes time, right? But making sure that the work that's happening here at central office, as you said, the Welcome Center on the go, it's also, the ethos is also at every school building, at every school level. So I love that piece of it as well. So thank you for the presentation, for the information. Look forward to seeing what comes next.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night.
Okay, next on our agenda, we were, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Wilson.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
So just one thing, just to clarify. So some of the data points that you asked, we did add them to the questions that were submitted by the board. And if there's other data points that you see that are missing, we'll be glad to add those. Another piece about the small sample size, with the Listen and Learning Tour, Dr. Strayer was very intentional around making sure that we had a small sample size this first time, but representative of all of our schools or the majority of our schools, so it could lift capacity for his team to know how to internally facilitate those for us in the future, so we can expand it so that we hear from more of our parents outside of the sample.
And in the sample, did you have non-English speakers as well as English speakers in the group?
Yes,
And,
yes,
and Asian, African, everybody?
yes,
Because
and
it
we can
just seemed-
submit that in the board update
Okay.
for you this week as well.
Because again, I know we're all ambassadors, but they start. You got to get the word out because people don't know. You'd be amazed how many people think it's only for one group. So we got to clear that up. That's a misconception. It's for any and everybody who goes to school in this district.
Yes, ma'am. Because sometimes people think Welcome Center and they get confused with newcomer centers and some of the other things that other districts have. So we'll make sure that we clarify that and work with
In
communications
your
to get it
print
out.
media and everything else, it needs to show.
To be
Thank you,
clear,
sir.
I don't think it has shown otherwise, or we have not said otherwise, that it's not for everyone.
But it's too, I'm not trying to debate or argue. I'm saying, go on the northeast side and ask people.
And I'm saying
you'll
that we
get
are
a
all
I
ambassadors.
hear you, but you'll get a different response. They asked me to ask, and that's what I'm doing.
Absolutely, and I think we should all be ambassadors for what the Welcome Center is and make sure that we are relaying that message. And I think if you ask different constituents across our community, they would say something different about our district as well when we look at our district demographics and our staff demographics and up and down. So I think we just have to continue to be good ambassadors of our entire district.
All of us and the center as well.
Absolutely.
That's what it's job to do.
And to be clear, the center has never said that it is not for all.
It doesn't come off that way. You don't have to say it. It's just the way it appears.
So we'll move on to our board policy section. Next up on our agenda is a recommendation to accept for a third read the proposed changes to the purchasing procedures manual and purchase card manual.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Next agenda item, it is recommended to accept for third read proposed changes to policies GANA and policy CEF.
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion?
Just a reminder, we welcome agenda items for the Finance Committee. And that the Finance Committee, with Mr. Carell's wonderful staff, continue to work on policies dealing with all things financial.
Thank you. When is our next Finance Committee, Dr. Nguyen?
Oh, thank you for asking that. It coincides with our ESSER meeting on the 30th. So if, that starts at 3?
Correct,
If
yes.
4 does not allow enough time, we'll just move right into that time slot.
Okay, perfect. Thank
So
you.
the 30th, Tuesday, the 30th of May, 3 p.m.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dwayne, yes.
Thank you. Our next agenda section is our executive session. We can release staff that are not a part of.
Yeah, for the first one, and the only one that will be involved, Ms. Devon and Dr. Campbell. And I think we need like 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, staff, for joining us tonight. Would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel to protect privacy interests of parties involved under COMA, going in at 8:38 for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
And seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries.
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
I can't hear you. You're muted. Or,
Can
oh,
you,
maybe my sound. Okay, there we are. Sorry, it was my sound. Okay, you give me the thumbs up, guys, when you're ready to. Okay. Motion to return to open session, please. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. We're back in open session. We now entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss, I want to make sure I have the right wording right, discuss the board clerk evaluation pursuant to non-elected personnel exception to coma going in at 8:49 for 15 minutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions? Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
motion to return to open session?
So moved.
Second.
Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Janie Humphries,
Janie, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. Just a reminder, thank you, Dr. Nguyen, for reminding us. We do have our, a special board meeting on the 30th, next Tuesday at 3 p.m. So please make sure you have that on your calendar. It is via Zoom, so you should have that link as well. There are a couple events this week, graduations tomorrow, and then the Excellence in Education on Thursday. You should have that information. So again, thank you, everyone, and this meeting is adjourned. Have a good night.
Dr. Stubblefield. Yes.